Live streaming via DepEd Surigao del Norte Division Facebook page with the theme Translating Research Evidences into Best Practices During COVID-19 and Beyond. Welcome to the 3rd Division Research Congress with your hosts, Ms. Darrell DeLola and Mr. Barry Balusca.
Thank you, Sir Randy. A pleasant day, everyone. Hello, Sir Barry.
Hello, Mondar. It is indeed an honor to be here today for this wonderful and momentous event.
Indeed, sir. Hello to our audience all over the Schools Division of Surigao del Norte, and also to the viewers from other schools division.
Hello, school administrators, teachers, students, and researchers. Wherever you may be located now, our warmest greetings to everyone.
Research is the distance between an idea and its realization. With the onset of the global pandemic that had put everything to a temporary halt, education struggled its way to maintain quality delivery of the teaching and learning process to our 21st century learners.
That is right, Mondar. But education must continue. That is our motto, and so does research.
Today, we are going to celebrate research amidst the pandemic as our brilliant educators and researchers from our own dear schools division share their research outputs for more discussions and further exchange of ideas on how to effectively use those research findings to improve education in the new normal.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 3rd Division Research Congress with the theme Translating Research Evidences into the Best Practices During COVID-19 and Beyond.
The 3rd Division Research Congress aims to showcase researches of our brilliant researchers. Today, we are finally taking that first step into turning that idea into reality.
We shall formally start our opening program with the benediction of the Philippine National Anthem, the opening prayer, and the singing of the Surigao del Norte Division hymn.
Dear God, thank you for the opportunity to meet together. Please help us to come together to make this institution reflect your kingdom. Breathe life into our ideas and decisions. Help us build a team that has love and respect at its heart. Give us the strength to continue working for your kingdom in this time of pandemic. Lord, come give us the inspiration to be the best we can be. May we be a shining example of your goodness and truth within, wherever we are. Inspire our thoughts, discussions, and ideas, and continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth for the greater glory of you. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiging telas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bangaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iindig, ang itugan
Thank you so much. This Congress, of course, will not be made possible without the support of our Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Maria Teresa M. Rial, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent and the Chair of the Schools Division Research Committee, Ma'am Leonie V. Salvosa, Chief in Curriculum and Implementation Division, Dr. Domenico P. Larong Jr., and Chief in School Governance and Operation Division, Dr. Julieta R. Vertudazo.
And with the dynamic participation of the members of the Schools Division Research Committee, district research teams, school administrators, researchers, and teachers of the Division of Surigao del Norte.
We are streaming live through our DepEd Surigao del Norte Division Facebook page.
That is right, Sir Barry. We have participants and audiences from different districts of our dear division and other divisions in Caraga region. It is just right to acknowledge their presence and precious time shared with us today.
May I also request everyone watching from their schools and homes, kindly comment down your name, district, and school in the comment section so that we can recognize all of you who are with us today.
Yes, please let us know you are here by posting your comments down below. It is great to see you all.
Let's have some roll call, Mandar. Do we have participants from Alegria District? Wow, I can see comments popping up from Alegria District audiences.
How about from Anaoan District? Don't forget to comment down below to be recognized.
Let's hear it from Bacuag District and Claver District. We can see more and more comments from the different districts who are now participating in this research congress.
Hello also to our participants from Icaquit and Malimano districts.
Such overwhelming participation from our viewers. We can see also participants from Mainit 1 and 2 and also from Placer 1 and 2 districts.
Wow, and we also have viewers from Sison, Taganaan, and Tubod districts. And of course, from Surigao Norte National High School. We have a ton of participants and audiences today. And to those who are watching with us from other divisions around the country, stay tuned for an exciting activity of showcasing the researches of our teachers.
That is correct, Mandar. At this time, let's welcome Dr. Julieta R. Vertudazo, SGOD Chief, for the Statement of Purpose.
With utmost respect to the strong pillars of DepEd Division Surigao del Norte, our brilliant and beautiful leaders with a heart, Schools Division Superintendent Maria Teresa M. Rial, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Leonie V. Vinial Selvosa, Ceci, and the entire DepEd Surigao del Norte family, ladies and gentlemen, a great and amazing day to us all. This day must be written in red for us all to remember. This year, 2021 Research Congress is our division's third and first virtual congress. The theme, Translating Research Evidences into Best Practices during COVID-19 and beyond, is just fitting and resembling our resilience, especially these challenging times. As Neil Armstrong, an American astronaut and first man to walk on the moon, once said, and I quoted, "Research is creating new knowledge and/or the use of existing knowledge in a new and creative way, so as to generate new concepts, methodologies, and understanding." Seeing each other virtually today is one of the products of research and the result of creative imagination of simple but visionary people. This Congress underscores our institutional commitment in disseminating research findings and ensure utilization, focusing on the sub-themes teaching and learning and governance. Specifically in this forum, our researchers will showcase the different effective interventions they have applied that may enlighten others. Everyone can gather new inputs and ideas and develop a positive attitude towards research. I express my gratefulness to our school's division superintendent and assistant schools division superintendent for their strong leadership. To the devoted members of the Division Research Committee, to our brilliant Division Research Coordinator, the SEPs in Planning and Research, Dr. Grace Orbistondo, with the strong collaboration of our Division ICT team, the experts, Mr. Jesse Barry Digol and Engineer John Pearl Manungas, for their preparation in making this momentous event successful. To our passionate teachers and division personnel researchers, and to the entire DepEd Surigao del Norte family, God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Julieta R. Vertadazo. And now, to give her welcome remarks, a virtual applause to our dynamic Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Leonie V. Silvosa, Ceci.
My due respect to the Schools Division Superintendent, Maria Teresa Emurial, to the officials of the DepEd Surigao del Norte, in behalf of the Schools Division Research Committee. As its chairperson, I warmly welcome all researchers and aspirants to this 3rd Division Research Congress via virtual platform. The theme, Translating Research Evidences into Best Practices During COVID-19 and Beyond, only reiterates for all our mechanisms to be responsive in these challenging times. For the continuity of learning, research must also be sustained and reinvented to further the quality of basic education. Thank you and mabuhay tayong lahat!
Thank you so much, Ma'am Leonie V. Salvosa, for such a heartwarming welcome. At this point, to give us her message, please help me in welcoming our very own Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Maria Teresa M. Rian.
My warm greetings to all the research enthusiasts watching us today, our school administrators, division personnel, and of course to the committee behind this laudable endeavor, the Schools Division Research Committee. In the midst of the hustle and bustle of learning delivery in the new normal, I am overjoyed that we managed to take a break for yet another learning experience, serving a wider audience for one significant purpose: disseminate fresh ideas, new tools, and creative interventions for the various learning delivery modalities employed in our schools division. This virtual division research congress makes me realize that, yes, we still have a lot to be thankful for. And yes, we know how to find means, BDO. COVID-19, like Goliath, may be so huge, so gigantic for an enemy, but only now I realized that in us lie the Davids who never back out, who never surrender, and who never falter. Today is a testimony of truth, a proof of hard work, and a demonstration of faith. Who would have thought that in the stillness of the pandemic, our teachers and non-teaching personnel would come up with the various action and basic researches? My heart is so full that each and every body of work that will be presented today will send exciting promises to our educators in the field. Like waves creating ripples, I believe the solutions and interventions that will be presented and introduced in this venue will resolve classroom problems in all our schools. Truly, I am immensely proud of this undertaking, for this is a clear manifestation that the Schools Division of Surigao del Norte is continually growing, continuously improving. To all our presenters, good luck and congratulations in advance. And to the prime movers of this significant activity, my gratitude. Let these research outputs of today's assembly be our shield and reinforcement towards beating COVID-19. Yes, we can, and we shall win as one. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Ma'am Maria Teresa and Rial, for your inspiring message. Our Research Congress is indeed a cornerstone event that celebrates the contributions and possibilities offered by the researchers in our own division. One of the milestones in research in the division of Surigao del Norte is the Aliwag, the official annual research journal publication. Everyone, let's watch the launching of Aliwag.
We serve because we care. This is the tagline that the Division of Surigao del Norte leaders live by. The reason why the division continues to support educational innovation amidst pandemic to achieve the aim of the Department of Education, that is, to develop holistically Filipino learners ready for work, entrepreneurship, and higher education. The Division of Surigao del Norte highlighted the importance of nurturing a community of researchers. Through the years, the division has recorded a boost in the number of approved research proposals from 8 in 2018 to 45 in 2020, significantly registering an uptrend of 563%. This achievement emanated from the capacity buildings on research initiated by the Schools Division Office, the steadfast commitment to the school administrators, school research coordinators, and district research team to establish the culture of research in the field, and most importantly, the immeasurable support by our Schools Division Superintendent, Maria Teresa M. Rial, and the Schools Division Research Committee, led by our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Univi V. Silvosa. Just as conducting research plays a vital role in informing action, gathering evidence for theories, and contributing to developing knowledge, archiving takes the same bread of strength, believing that research results need to be methodically managed, safely secured, and easily available. To make this possible, the Schools Division of Surigao del Norte launches its annual research publication called Aliwag. Aliwag is a Sinurigaonan term for light or illumination, referring to the role of research as the source of enlightenment for all humanity to find the unknown, answer questions, fill the gaps, and broaden perspectives. As a research journal, Aliwag will showcase timely and relevant findings in both action and basic researches mainly conducted by the teaching-related, and non-teaching personnel of the Schools Division to share appropriate solutions and classroom interventions and a new body of knowledge for policy making. This research journal is the Schools Division answer to the mandate of DepEd Order No. 16, Series of 2017, or the Research Management Guidelines on the dissemination and utilization of research as a crucial aspect in improving the teaching-learning process, governance, and operations in schools while achieving the desired learning outcomes. This compilation of scholarly articles anchored on the basic education research agenda becomes a valuable source for the present-day teaching practices and innovation, meeting the demands of the K-12 curriculum. Available in printed copies, Aliwag can likewise be accessed digitally through www.aliwag.depedsdn.com. With this milestone, the school's division of Surigao del Norte has definitely taken a leap into the future, showing another significant step in the midst of these trying times, proving once more its resilience to withstand challenges and overcome fear. May the light radiated by Aliwag propel each and every member of the school community to greater heights, to wider horizons, and to a higher portal. The future is never told, what lies ahead is never seen, but Aliwag can be the rescue today, tomorrow, and beyond.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our official annual research journal publication of Surigao del Norte, the Aliwag. Publication is within our grasp and we are looking forward for more published researches in our division.
Yes, and we are very excited for the first release of the annual research publication. Researchers and teachers, watch out for the Aliwag Volume 1.
Now, who's excited for some entertainment? Let's welcome Rondalia Ensemble of Surigao Norte National High School. The moment is now yours.
Thank you for that astonishing performance. Moving right along, let's proceed to the second part of our program, the Research Congress proper, the part you've all been waiting for. After every research presentation by our teacher researchers, the question and answer portion will automatically follow. The researchers will answer 2 questions. First, from the SBRC team, and the second question will come from the audience. This is indeed exciting and mind-blowing, isn't that right, Sir Barry?
Yes, it is indeed exciting, Ma'am Dar. Let's not prolong the agony. We shall commence our Research Congress with presenter number 1 from Tubod Central Elementary School. To introduce our first research presenter, let us welcome our Principal 4 of Tubod Central Elementary School, Ma'am Lina D. Ugay.
In accordance with the Department of Education's mandate and goal, Tubod Central Elementary School is constantly improving and developing a research-engaged culture institution to positively influence learners and teachers. I am really thrilled and pleased to hear that our teachers were imaginative, ready to step outside their comfort zone, and inventive and discovering strategies to assure the learners' high-level achievement. It is with great pride and honor to the research conducted by Mr. Romano B. Miki, a teacher 3 of Tubod Central Elementary School, entitled Improving the Performance in Problem Solving and Mathematics Through Flipped Classroom Model Approach for Grade 6 pupils. This exhibit the colorful undertaking for his learners. Please welcome the researcher of Tubod Central Elementary School, Mr. Romano B. Miki. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Lina D. Ogay, for that introduction. In a normal classroom situation, pupils listen to the teacher in a form of a lecture. Most of them have difficulties in grasping knowledge due to their inability to learn in a fast manner of learning. One of the reasons behind it is that teacher had to address with the budgeted competencies that should be targeted and consumed before the scheduled examination in each quarter. Although remediation of the slow learners is effective, teachers may find it an additional burden to them due to their other works that need to be accomplished in time also. One of the frustrating experiences for the teachers that the pupils get low performance academically. As observed in the quarterly test results of the grade 6 pupils of Tubod Central Elementary School, in the school year 2018-2019, the second quarter test got the lowest mastery level of 70.73%. The result will in contrast with the mandates of the DepEd under Republic Act number 10533, Section 5. States that the curriculum shall use spiral progression approach to ensure mastery of knowledge and skills in each level. Following such standards may not be easy. The fact that learners varies in their learning ability. Hence, mathematics teachers are encouraged to find new approaches and strategies to improve learning. Through the efficient use of class time for deepening of concept, understanding, and skill fluency, the flipped learning method may serve as an effective approach to improve retention and learning transfer. Conceptually, the flipped classroom inverts the traditional learning experiences. Lectures are shared outside the class time for individual review as homework. Classroom time is reserved for the pupils to complete assignments and activities. The principal goals of flipping are to make the classroom an active learning environment, to enable pupils to learn at their own pace, and to give the teacher more time to teach each student individually rather than the class as a whole. The study investigated on the effectiveness of the flipped classroom model in improving the learner's performance in problem solving in mathematics. Therefore, the study aimed to determine the performance level of the grade 6 pupils in their pre-test and post-test and the significant difference between the performance level of the pupils. The 56 grade 6 participants of the study were taken from two heterogeneous sections who were enrolled in the school year 2018-2019 of Tubod Central Elementary School. The participants were randomly selected whose grades ranged from 75 to 83% in the first quarter period. Experimental group had been profiled of which technology present in their home, such as Android phone, laptop, tablet, and DVD player. The pre and post test was given to both groups and undergone analysis. It was a 30-item quiz with competencies that covers the whole second quarter. Experimental group who was exposed to the flipped classroom performed very good in solving word problems with a mean 14.17 and a standard deviation of 2.245. The very good performance of the students reflects that they have performed solving word problem very satisfactorily. The difference of the mean between the two groups, which is 5.79, indicated that the experimental group performed better than the control group. The table shows that there is a significant difference between the performance of two groups, control and experimental group, since the P level, which is 0.000, is less than 0.05. In addition, the computed P level of the covariate pretest, which is 0.044, is less than 0.05. It means that the pretest has effect or does adjust the association between the predictor and the outcome variable. The results signify that flipped classroom model is an effective intervention to students who have poor performance in solving word problems. The manifestation that pupils simplify their own understanding using the videos creates a learning environment where pupils learn better than the traditional classroom. That is a great achievement as a teacher. Pupils involved in the flipped classroom model approach displayed better ability to solve word problem and better performance on the test than their peers who were taught in the traditional classroom. To sustain quality education to our learners and assist them in creating a better understanding in mathematics lesson, teachers should utilize flipped classroom model approach into their classes. Integration of the flipped classroom model approach should not only be used in teaching mathematics, but also with other learning.
Thank you so much, brilliant researchers, for your presentation. The Q&A portion for your research will follow. For the first question, Let's hear it from the EPS in Mathematics, Dr. Manuel L. Limbuco Jr., and the second question will be coming from the audience. We have the principal of Amando A. Fabio Memorial National High School, Mr. Dante M. Orozco, to ask the second question.
Congratulations, Romano Miki of Tubod Central Elementary School. So, as an education program supervisor in mathematics, I'm very proud that you're able to conduct this research to improve the quality of education in mathematics, particularly our school's division. Your study is very commendable, so I just have a point of clarification to really help the teachers more or less understand the significance of your study. So the question is, your study actually claimed that flipped classroom model approach had improved the mathematics performance of the grade 6 pupil participants. How do you justify this claim?
Thank you, Sir Maui, for that question. Based on the result of the study, statistically, the mean difference between the two groups, which is 5.79, indicated that the experimental group using flipped classroom performed better than the control group or traditional classroom. And there is a significant difference between the group since P level is 0.000 and the computed P value is 0.044, which is less than 0.05. Explicitly shows that the use of flipped classroom is effective. Furthermore, aside from the result of the study, the researcher found out that there was an increase of 6.22% in the mastery level from 70.73% to 76.95% in the second quarter test, which clearly indicates that the pupils' performance is in the mastery level. Based on my observation, before, pupils upon working on their activity experience difficulty remembering the process, especially on the problem solving, and tend to ask their classmates and even the researcher, resulting in not finishing the activity. However, during the flipped classroom implementation, pupils can work independently because they can view the content videos anytime and anywhere, deepening their understanding of the content.
Good day to all the Surigao del Norte Division researchers. Congratulations, Sir Miggy B. Romano. The result of your research study is very, very promising. Now, what can you recommend to those who would like to utilize your research study in their schools?
Thank you, Sir Dan, for the question. As a researcher, I can recommend the following. Number one, with the study results, utilizing the flipped classroom in teaching mathematics to learners is highly recommended. Second, video lectures in the flipped classroom must be teacher-made. Learners could connect well with the lesson if their own teachers are in the videos. It's as if they were only in the classroom. Third, the use of the flipped classroom is limited to those with gadgets and internet access. Therefore, teachers have to assess the resources and digital capabilities of the learners upon the implementation. Lastly, in case of internet access disruption, have a contingency platform to make sure that the class will still go on. Thank you for the questions. God bless us all.
Congratulations to our presenter from Tubod Central Elementary School. Your efforts are all paid off.
And now, our second presenters are coming from Amando A. Fabio Memorial National High School. They will be introduced by the school head, Sir Dante M. Orozco, Principal 1.
Research empowers us. Research informs us. Through research, we get to know the way of nature and on how our actions and decisions affect it. Amando A. Fabio Memorial National High School is one in the promotion of the Department of Education to conduct researches in our different educational endeavors. And then to this, I am very much proud to present to you our three ingenious researchers. Amelita B. Aho, Master Teacher 2. Joel C. Placeros, Master Teacher 1. Joe Felpit D. Fabio, Teacher 3. With their Basic Education Research Funded title, Using Lego Bricks Molecular Model in Improving Manipulative Skills in Balancing Chemical Equations.
Good day, everyone! Our action research entitled Using Lego Bricks Molecular Model in Improving Students' Manipulative Skills in Balancing Chemical Equations. The outbreak of the new coronavirus infection, known as COVID-19, affected the face-to-face learning engagement of the students and teachers within the school has been suspended due to pandemics. This pandemic has paved the way for the implementation of the modular distance learning delivery as an urgent response to ensure the continuity of education to the learners. Teachers innovate to improve the knowledge and skills of the students in assessing and manipulating the least learned competences of the subject matter. Manipulating Lego bricks are physical objects that were used as a teaching tool to engage students in the hands-on learning of science. They can be used to introduce, practice, or remediate a concept according to Anderson 2009. The purpose of the study was to address the problem of the least learned competences and the low performing skills in grade 10 science quarter 3 on balancing chemical equation through the use of Lego bricks molecular model. Thus, the researchers tested whether the Lego bricks molecular model improved students' manipulative skills in balancing chemical equation. The researchers aimed to increase students' understanding of the key concept of balancing chemical equations.
The researchers realized to address the problem with an approach using Lego bricks molecular model. Delivery of quality action research requires intervention, innovation, and strategy. In order to provide specific examples of balancing chemical equations with molecular Lego bricks model, in order to address this low performance, teachers should change their teaching methods and make the learners more interested in various related activities. Teachers should be innovative in their teaching strategies in order to bring desirable learning by using manipulative materials and manipulative skills, which are of great help. Manipulating Lego bricks are of physical objects that were a teaching tool to engage students in the hands-on learning of science. They can be used to introduce, practice, or remediate a concept, that is according to Anderson 2009. The key purpose of this study was to improve students' manipulative skills in balancing chemical equations using Lego bricks molecular model. Hence, the study sought the level of academic performance of the participants' manipulative skills in balancing chemical equations in the pre-test and post-test, and a significant difference between the pre-test and post-test results of the participants. This study utilized the procedures and treatment of data. How the study was conducted? The researchers asked permission to conduct the study, specifically on the grade 10 students. The researchers employed following steps for the actual experiment. The pre-test was given to the grade 10 students and the scores was recorded. From the given result, The researchers selected students who got the rating of 75 to 79 in the science subject second quarter. Then, two groups were identified as participants. 45 participants were commonly chosen as the control group, while the other remaining 45 were the experimental group. The post-test of the experiment was administered and the control group was exposed to the traditional way of balancing chemical equations, following the rules set in every reaction. Meanwhile, the experiment group was exposed to or employed to the Lego bricks molecular model as a tool in teaching balancing chemical equations. Post-test was given to both the control group and the experimental group. They recorded the results. A research instrument was employed and the results were determined through a measurement scale. Measurement skills and verbal interpretations were used in this study. To analyze the data of the study, statistics tools were employed: frequency, simple percentage, mean, and standard deviation.
As shown in the table is the level of academic performance of the participants in the pretest scores. Both groups performed poorly as reflected in their mean, which was 7.04 with 1.78 standard deviation and 7.67 mean with 3.85 standard deviation respectively. It only shows that students who were not yet exposed to the intervention most likely got poor results. This clearly indicates that both groups are at the same level of understanding the concept of balancing chemical equations. As expected, it was evident that the students need an intervention activities to enhance their manipulative skills in balancing chemical equations. As reflected in the table, the computed P level of groups was 0.00, which was less than 0.05. This led to the possible effect of the results. In other words, there was a significant difference between the pretest and post-test results of the participants using the Lego bricks molecular model. Considering the result, it indicates that the students can manipulate and answer balancing chemical equation problems through the use of Lego bricks molecular model. Students' manipulative skills can be explained by understanding their techniques and their functional aspects of hands-on activities. Fadsel and Saab 2017 found that students' interest and enthusiasm in the understanding of science can be creating concepts and certainly grasped by performing a hands-on experiment. Learning procedures to manipulate symbols that relate the model to a mental representation. Elaborating and routinizing the rules for balancing symbols through practice and using symbol rules to refer to other more abstract processes. The overall results showed that participants in the control group were at the level of satisfaction, while the experimental group was at the level of outstanding, as indicated in the post-test result. Hence, it is recommended that teachers who are handling science subjects should be innovative to keep their students' satisfactory performance and even higher.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our second presenters from Amando A. Fabio Memorial National High School. Please get ready for your questions. The first question will be asked by Dr. Jersim S. Lumintak, EPS in Science. And the second question will be coming from the Master Teacher 1 of Surigao Norte National High School, Ma'am Mary Grace E. Nanon.
Thank you to the researchers of Amando Fabio Memorial National High School, Chupil Pete Fabio, Chuin C. Prasiros, and Amelita B. Aho for coming up with the study entitled using Lego bricks molecular model in improving students' manipulative skills in balancing chemical equations. May I want to hear from your insights and experiences on how does the use of Lego bricks molecular model improve the performance of the students in balancing chemical equations.
Thank you, Dr. Jerson S. Lumenta, Education Program Supervisor in Science, for the question. Considering the results, it indicates that the students can manipulate and answer balancing chemical equation problems through the use of Lego bricks molecular models. Students' manipulative skills can be explained by understanding their techniques and their functional aspects of hands-on activities. It greatly improves the performance of the students in the understanding of chemical concepts, letting the students manipulate concrete objects like Lego bricks would give them a better comprehension on how to balance chemical equation remarkably.
Hello, dear fellow science enthusiasts. Congratulations for coming up with this constructivist teaching strategy. Chemistry, according to Google, is not hard. You just got to know basic algebra and some critical thinking abilities. With this, I appreciate you for considering balancing equation, which is one of the challenging topics in chemistry. And then, using Lego bricks, which arouses the interest of the students. Being a passionate teacher, I believe you enjoyed conducting this research, right? And so, my question is, what were the difficulties or challenges encountered as to the materials and actual employment of the strategy to the class? Or any hardships you've met? It has been my constant admiration to those who give 100% love to their works. Be the best of what you can be. God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Grace Nanol, for that question. There were numerous challenges we've encountered during the actual conduct of the study. As to the materials, it was challenging since the material is costly and we look for a suitable Lego bricks to be used as the teaching tool that aids in illustrating chemical equations. And with regards to the employment of the strategy, at first, we found it hard since the students has a poor analytical thinking and mathematical skills, and they lack conceptual understanding on the topic itself.
Congratulations to our second presenters from Amando A. Fabio Memorial National High School for a job well done.
At this point, the Principal 1 of Matinao National High School, Ma'am Lorna M. Salino, will do the honor of introducing our next research presenters.
A blessed morning, everyone. Today, Matinao National High School will be presenting the final output of an action research through Basic Education Research Fund. This study is entitled Using Question-Answer Relationship Strategy in Improving Higher Order Thinking Skills. The work had gone through studies and experimentation by the researchers to come up with a comprehensive research output that leads to improved teaching learning process in schools. According to Albert Einstein, education is not learning of facts, but the training, the need to think. Education must teach students the skills needed to become critical thinkers. Today, These brilliant researchers of Matinaw National High School will give their best how they made students develop higher order thinking skills, specifically in grade 8 science. Being the head, I am more than happy and proud for their commendable effort. I am looking forward for the greater benefits of the study, not only for the students of Caraga region, but for the whole country as well. To our teacher researchers, my warmest congratulations. Your effort and dedication are truly commendable. Your Matinaw National High School family is so proud of you.
Using question-answer relationship or QAR strategy in improving higher order thinking skills in science of grade 8 students. Higher order thinking skills is an important component of 21st century skills, so that learning instruction demands the learners to be equipped with these skills. Whether classroom-based or distance learning, learners always encounter this type of instruction. Thus, the birth of this action research on question-answer relationships strategy in improving higher order thinking skills in science of grade 8 students. The researchers found out that learners have hard time in answering high-order thinking questions, which is evident in the second quarter 2019 MTS result with 51.63%. Since some of the topics in science require in-depth understanding of concepts which demand high-order thinking skills of learners, some of them escape or no answer at all when given thought-provoking question in their learning activity sheets. Thus, the researchers find a strategy that would cater the needs of the learners or at least develop or improve their high-order thinking skills in a step-by-step manner. Hence, a question-answer relationship strategy is considered by the researchers to fit the gap.
Basically, improving high-order thinking skill can be attributed to good comprehension skill. One should be better in small things to be best in huge things. Just like improving high-order thinking skills, learners must also be good in low-order thinking skills. The question-answer relationship strategy has it all. How this be done? The core categories are in my book and in my head. Each of these category has its type of question. Under in my book type of questions are write there and think and search. The answers to this type of questions are usually found in the text, where words used in the question are the same words found in the text or a combination of parts of the text putting them together. While in my head type of questions are author and me and on my own, where answers are neither directly provided in the text, nor they may not require to read the concept, rather relate it based on the experiences or prior knowledge. This is an example of a learning activity sheet where 4 types of questions are present. Then when the learner is used to it, little by little, you may exclude the in my book types of question so that the learners can focus in answering the in my head types of question. This study focused on the effectiveness of question and answer relationship strategy in improving higher order thinking skills in science of grade 8 students. Hence, the study aimed at determining the performance level of graded students in science before and after using the QER strategy in improving higher order thinking skills and the significant difference between the mean scores of the experimental and control groups before and after the intervention. This study was conducted by identifying the learners into 2 groups, control and experimental groups, which composed of 40 students or 1 section per group, whose grade ranges from 75 to 98% in the second quarter. A 25-item multiple-choice researcher-made questionnaire
was used in pre- and post-test covering the third reading lessons in science. The researchers used a scoring guide with a qualitative description, which was set by the researchers to measure the learner's performance level and improving higher order thinking skills.
The findings and discussion. Table 2 shows the performance level, both controlled and experimental groups, in a pre- and post-test. As we can see, the performance level of control group and experimental group in their pre-test were both low, which means they lack higher order thinking skills or acquired the skill less. While in post-test, both the control and experimental groups improved. However, experimental group outsmarted the control group with an average result over below average. This result indicates that the experimental group acquired more understanding on concepts in science, thus improvement in answering high-order questions is evident. As reflected in Table 3, the analysis of covariance result shows that there is a significant difference at 0.002, which is lesser than 0.05 p-value between the mean scores of control and experimental group, which clearly suggests that QAR strategy is effective in improving comprehension, which leads to improving higher order thinking skills. Based on the result, it can be gleaned that QAR strategy improved the high order thinking skills of the participants. Hence, it is highly recommended that this strategy be utilized across learning areas because of its impact to the academic performance, from reading and comprehension to improving high-order thinking skills. Also, this can be a springboard in taking higher inquiry-based skills.
Thank you for listening. I am Annie Molvisano.
I'm Melvin Imamero.
I'm Lilia Alincuna.
Have a good day!
Thank you, teacher researchers from Matinal National High School. Researchers, please get ready for your questions. The first question is from the CID Chief, Dr. Domenico Pilarong Jr., and the second question will be coming from Mount Lorimer P. Sorbida, MP2 of Surigao Norte National High School.
Thank you for sharing your research on using question-answer relationship, QAR strategy, in improving higher order thinking skills, HOTS, in science of grade 8 students. Your study contributed much to the teaching-learning process. If the teachers will adapt and utilize the question-answer relationship strategy in the new normal, what will you recommend to them to effectively implement the strategies?
Thank you so much, sir, for the question. Module or customized learning activity sheet is widely used as modality in the delivery of learning in this new normal. When QAR strategy is employed, it is recommended that teachers should inform and taught the students the process in answering the questions by giving example or model for each of the 4 levels of how QAR or question-answer relationship strategy questions are identified and answered.
Congratulations, Ma'am and Sir, for producing a quality research. Concerning this, I would like to ask, how does your research, which implements question-answer relationship strategy, impact the quality learning outcomes of the students?
Thank you so much, Ma'am, for the question. Based on the result of the study, the high order thinking skills of the experimental group have improved from low to average because QAR strategy provides a step-by-step process on where to find the answer from low order thinking type of question to higher order thinking type of question. Along with this, QAR strategy also improves the reading and comprehension skills of the students. Thus, this strategy fits from slow to fast learners in improving their learning outcomes.
Congratulations to our third presenters from Matinao National High School. Indeed, the researches presented showcase effective interventions that would address problems in the teaching-learning process. Once again, thank you, researchers.
Moving right along, let's welcome the school head of Surigao Norte National High School, Mr. Jose Gil Ellis Cabal, Principal 3, to introduce our research presenters number 4.
My heart is overwhelmed with pride and knowing that our teachers have been innovative and been creative in developing ways to ensure the delivery of learning via research. It is my pleasure and honor to present to you a research from Surigao Norte National High School entitled Using Metacognitive Teaching Strategies to Enhance the English Academic Performance of Grade 10 Students. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the researchers of Surigao Norte National High School, Evelyn G. Saldua, Master Teacher 1, Emilia G. Reambonanza, Master Teacher 1, and Queenie is Garrido, School Teacher 1 of this institution. Thank you.
English subject for most of the students is difficult. It is a common experience that most of the speaking in class revolves around the teachers themselves, for students are mostly afraid to express their ideas in English. Oftentimes, teachers allow the students to speak in the vernacular just to encourage them to participate in the discussion. But the most frustrating is that after having prepared a well-planned lesson and having exerted efforts to make the students understand the lesson, students only get low scores in quarterly tests. In fact, the mean average scores in English subject of the grade 10 students in the last 2 school years showed a below-average performance.
Moreover, in school year 2018 to 2019, the MPS results of the grade 10 students in the first and second grading period showed a declining performance from 50% to 31% respectively in the passing percentile rates of 75% and 100 to 100%. This problem scenario prodded the researchers to conduct a study on teaching strategies that would enhance the English academic performance of the grade 10 students of Surigao del Norte National High School. The work of Ambrose in 2010 on the use of metacognitive teaching strategies inspired the researchers and utilized to find efficacy of these strategies on the grade 10 students.
Metacognitive strategies involve reflecting on and regulating how you think. These techniques help students focus with greater attention, reflect on their existing knowledge versus information they still need to learn, recognize errors in their thinking, and develop practices for effective learning. The metacognitive strategies, such as the concept maps, talk aloud, daily writes or reflective writing, were employed and incorporated in the daily classroom activities. Students were also given test pointers and coverage before the quarterly examinations, given practice questions, and prompt students to evaluate their readiness through frequent self-assessment. Also, students were asked to analyze sample questions before a quiz. Then, an exam wrapper would be conducted to allow the students to evaluate and reflect on their understanding and performance. We also gave diagnostic quiz early at the start of the school year and explicitly modeled metacognitive thinking to help them develop their metacognitive skills, such as planning how they will approach a task, reflecting on their performance, and making any needed adjustments to how they will approach similar tasks in the future.
The target of this study is to identify the effectiveness of the metacognitive teaching strategies in enhancing the academic performance of the grade 10 students. Hence, the study aimed at determining the performance level of the students in both groups before and after the instruction.
The study used the experimental research method, with 45 student participants in the control group and 45 student participants in the experimental group. Students who had grades ranging from 70% to 85% in English subject in the first quarter of school year 2019 to 2020 were chosen and informed about the research and their participation in the experiment. These students were chosen from the 3 grade 10 sections handled by the researchers.
A standardized test from the grade 10 Learner's Manual was utilized for the pre-test and the post-test. The conduct of pre-test was administered after which the metacognitive teaching strategies were employed in the second quarter for that school year. Then the post-test was conducted, after which the tabulation scores in the pre-test and post-test was done.
As seen in the presentation, the pre-test results of the control and experimental group were both fairly satisfactory, with the mean scores of 18.5 and 19.28 respectively. Meanwhile, the post-test results revealed a very satisfactory performance on both groups. The control group obtained an average score of 35.98 or a grade of 82%, while the experimental group acquired a mean score of 36.48 or a grade of 80%. However, the table showed that the adjusted mean of experimental group with 35.773 is higher than the control group with 35.568. This further supported the evidence that academic performance of the students taught with metacognitive teaching strategies was significantly better than the students taught with traditional method. As you can see in the presentation, there was a significant difference in the academic performance of the students after instruction. It had a significance of 0.00, which is lesser than 0.05 P-level.
The results revealed that the metacognitive teaching strategies had improved the academic performance of the students in the experimental group. Indeed, the use of metacognitive teaching strategies in enhancing the English academic performance of grade 10 students was proven effective. However, the higher expectations was not reached due to the following reasons. First is the time constraint. The application of the metacognitive teaching strategies lasted for 2 months only. Second is the students' adjustment to the strategies. Unlike the traditional teaching approaches, the use of metacognitive teaching strategies in school is rare. Thus, the students, being used to the traditional teaching method, may have had difficulties in adjusting to the metacognitive teaching strategies. Snyder in 2008 in his study stated that individuals develop strong metacognitive abilities across time. Thus, effective metacognitive or metacognition requires development over the course of time.
The researchers believe that the metacognitive teaching strategies should have been used for a longer period of time for the students to achieve higher academic performance. Nevertheless, as observed, students enthusiastically participated in group activities and were energetic to perform their daily tasks, especially the daily rounds. They stated that it improved their vocabulary and writing skills.
Thank you for that informative presentation, teachers. Researchers, please get ready for your questions. Your first question will be asked by Dr. Vilma Owanite, EPSSGOD. And the second question is from Mr. Randy P. Lamenilaw, Master Teacher 1 of Balite National High School.
Congratulations to all of you for coming up with this research. But let me ask you, from among the metacognitive strategies you have introduced in your study, which do you think is the most applicable considering our learning delivery modality at present, and why?
Metacognitive strategies teach students to think about their own thinking and regulate how they think. These techniques help students to focus with greater intention and reflect on their existing knowledge versus information they still need to learn. This will also enable them to recognize errors in their thinking and to develop practices for effective learning. Thus, we could not say that one or the other is the most applicable among the strategies, because all the strategies are applicable in our present learning delivery modality. In fact, Horvathova in 2019, in his study, stated that metacognition is widely recognized as an essential skill for 21st century learning.
Hello, good day fellow research enthusiasts. I am teacher Randy from Balite National High School. I am so glad to know that metacognitive teaching strategy actually creates a significant difference compared to our traditional way of teaching. Now, I am so curious, how are we going to integrate this strategy under our present modality of learning? We have, in our schools division office, some of the schools have adapted modular print and some of the schools adapted online learning. Do you have any suggestions? How are we going to impose this in our classes? Congratulations everybody. Thank you. God bless.
We just have to integrate metacognition into every lesson we prepare, whether modular printed or online. We can incorporate mind-stimulating activities like concept maps in reading activities, or grammar, or any lessons to check their understanding and also hone their critical thinking skills. Think aloud strategy can also be used for any learning modality and in any learning situations. Giving of prompts in between paragraphs of a text or a story will guide the students towards comprehension and in-depth learning. The daily rites can be given before online classes start. It enhances reflection of the learner's performance and enables them to work better for the next performance tasks. Metacognitive strategies in preparation for summative tests like giving off pointers for short quizzes, conducting mock tests, modest point, and KWL chart can also be utilized in our present learning modalities.
Well done, researchers from Surigao Norte National High School. Thank you for sharing your research results and for answering the questions.
And now for our presenters number 5, all the way from Shana Elementary School and Mabini Elementary School. Let's welcome Dr. Alvin M. Bunyel, the District Research Coordinator of Mainit 1 District, for the introduction of the presenters.
Mastery of the basic operations in mathematics is essential in understanding higher mathematical concepts. Making learning mathematics fun and entertaining is always a challenge for every teacher. Hence, I deeply commend the researchers of Mainit 1 District for coming up with a study entitled Utilizing Computer-Based Games to Achieve Mastery of Multiplication Basic Skills of the Grade 5 pupils of Shana Elementary School and Mabini Elementary School. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the researchers, Mrs. Lucille E. Ihapon, Master Teacher 2, currently assigned at Magpayang Elementary School, Mrs. Victoria A. Abelia, Master Teacher 1 of Shana Elementary School, together with the District in charge of Alegria District, Mr. Marshall B. Cobello Jr. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alvin Imbugel, for the introduction. Acquisition of skill in basic multiplication is vital for elementary pupils because it serves as the foundational skill for higher mathematics. It is on this note that the researchers look for an intervention that would improve the mastery level of the pupils and at the same time capture their interest. This action research highlights the use of computer-based games as an aid for teaching basic multiplication to grade 5 pupils of Shana and Mabini Elementary School. As stated in the study of Jarima 2017, students who have mastery in basic multiplication acquired a solid foundation in mathematics that would help them throughout their educational endeavor. Flowers and Rubenstein 2010 also added that the lack of those foundational facts inhibits students in other math areas such as ratios, fractions, division, algebraic factoring, and trigonometry. The researchers also observed that 50% of the grade 5 pupils of Mabini Elementary School and Shana Elementary School have no mastery and automaticity in basic multiplication facts, which lead to low performance in their formative and summative assessments. The presented studies in the first-hand experiences of the researchers in teaching elementary math have challenged and inspired them to use game-based learning strategy to enhance the mastery level in basic multiplication. The researchers' utmost purpose was for the pupils to learn multiplication while having fun, because being attuned to pupils' interests can surely lead to a higher desire to continue practicing towards mastery. Since most of the learners of the 21st century are computer literate and are fond of using gadgets, the researchers realized to utilize computer-based games from timestable.com as intervention for the experimental group in achieving mastery of basic multiplication skills. The researcher registered an account for free to create a class and enroll the respondents. 5 different computer-based games were chosen for the respondents to play every 2 weeks for 10 weeks. The following are the different computer-based games used by the experimental group as intervention. For the first 2 weeks, the respondents played Multiplication Cat. In this game, the player helped the cat by clicking the sign with the correct answer. The player can choose what times table they wanted to play from table 1 to 12. In the third and fourth week, they play Spook Balloons. The goal of this game is to pop the balloon with the correct answer to the multiplication problem. There are 2 levels, the easy and the difficult one. For weeks 5 and 6, they play Number Diving. In this game, the players were lost underwater and the only way is to collect numbers and choose the right answer to basic multiplication facts, floating in the water to find their way home. And on their way, they avoid sharks and collect gold coins. In weeks 7 and 8, they play Happy Burger. The players help the owner of the fast food serve customers with the correct burger. In every correct answer to a multiplication problem, the fillings of the burger will pile up. The game consists of different levels, and when a level is reached, you get something that makes the restaurant more beautiful. And for weeks 9 and 10, they play Timetable Shooting. This shooting game allowed the players to practice the tables from 1 to 10. And at the beginning, they choose 1 or more tables they wanted to practice. The questions come in and they shoot the board with a matching answer.
At the end of every game, the players evaluated which part they made a mistake and repeated the game for mastery. And after completing all the levels in each game, the respondents answered a multiplication time test to check their mastery. However, the respondents of the control group practiced basic multiplication skills using rote memorization. They recited one times table every week for 10 weeks. Respondents who were not able to memorize the table for that week repeated the same table the following week, while those who did proceeded to the next times table. To elaborate on research questions, methodology used, research findings and discussions and recommendations, please welcome my co-researcher, Mrs. Victoria B. Abilia.
The target of the study was to identify the effectiveness of computer-based games in improving the mastery level of the grade 5 pupils in basic multiplication and to find out the significant difference between the mastery level of the experimental and control groups before and after the intervention. The study involved 23 grade 5 pupils of Mabini Elementary School as the control group and 23 grade 5 pupils of Shana Elementary School as the experimental group who were enrolled in school year 2019-2020. The researchers employed pre-test and post-test to gauge the mastery level of the respondents on basic multiplication. When collecting the data, pupils were given a randomly assigned number to keep the pupil's name anonymous. Data were collected from the 100-item randomly sorted pencil paper test scores of the respondents in the pre-test and post-test. Scores in the pre-test were used as baseline data. As you can see in Table 1, both the control group and the experimental group belong to very low mastery level during the pre-test, having the mean of 48.00 and 52.04 respectively. It indicates that respondents of both groups had difficulty in multiplying 1 to 2 digit basic multiplication facts even with tables 2 to 4. After the intervention, the respondents of the experimental group mastered the basic skills in multiplying numbers, having the mean of 92.39, wherein the respondents answered the post-test with fluency and automaticity, while the control group has a mean of 86.96, which implies nearing mastery, meaning they have gained an increase in their mastery level but have difficulty in tables 7, 8, 9, 11, and 12, and most of them took time to finish the test. The results purport that computer-based games indeed helped improve the mastery level of the respondents in basic multiplication. Table 2 shows the analysis of covariance results on the mastery level of basic multiplication between the control group and the experimental group. The computed p-value is 0.007, which is less than the p-level of 0.05. It indicates that there is a significant difference between the mastery level of the participants before and after the intervention. This implies that computer-based games intervention is effective in improving the pupils' mastery level of basic multiplication. Therefore, the utilization of computer-based games in achieving the mastery of basic multiplication facts is highly recommended as an intervention, especially in elementary schools, and each inclusion in the annual implementation plan be given utmost priority, especially during this time of pandemic where face-to-face learning is prohibited.
And so, in the advent of technology and in the absence of face-to-face classes,
using computer-based games is one of the best strategies to master the basic multiplication skills.
Thank you, and let the game begin!
That was such an intellectual presentation, teacher researchers. And now, it's time for you to answer some questions. Your first question will be asked by Dr. Grace Y. Orbistondo, Senior Education Program Specialist, and the second question will be asked by Ma'am Mercedita C. Albino, Principal 3 of Alegria Central Elementary School.
Hats off to the researchers of Shana Elementary School and Mabini Elementary School, Ma'am Victoria B. Abella, Ma'am Lucille E. Hapon, and Sir Marshall B. Cubelo for their collaborative research entitled Utilizing Computer-Based Games to Achieve Mastery in Basic Multiplication of the Grade 4 Pupils. The result of the study indicated a significant improvement in the performance of the learners, and I look forward that others would apply it in their schools. With the current situation where face-to-face learning is prohibited, can you share to us your plans or your next steps so that other teachers could utilize and adopt the computer-based games in teaching multiplication to their pupils? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grace Orbistondo, for that question. As stipulated in Annex 6, in our plans for dissemination and utilization, we are going to present our research findings to our colleagues through school or district LAC sessions. In fact, this school year, we have already disseminated it to some schools in Mainituan District during their school-based LAC sessions. As expected, we have received positive feedbacks from our co-teachers and from the school heads as well, particularly Mainit Central Elementary School, which is implementing NetAcad, an online learning delivery modality. As of now, there is an ongoing planning and consultation with some of the parents who can afford to have this intervention done at home, especially in this time of pandemic where face-to-face classes is not possible. If given an opportunity, we are also planning to present it to other district schools so that they will benefit from the study as well.
My salute and congratulations to the researchers of Shana and Mabini Elementary School of Mainituan District for coming up this laudable and timely action research, considering that the younger generations today are very fond of computer games. The result pointed out that computer-based games is significantly effective in improving mastery in basic math facts. However, in the reflection part, you said that if there is a boon, there is also a bane in this intervention. My question is, what do you think are the possibilities and limitations in utilizing computer-based games to complement the learning process?
Thank you, Ma'am Mercy Albino, for that question. The effectiveness of utilizing computer-based games to complement the learning process cannot be discounted. Through this intervention, learning mathematics can be more fun and interesting for the learners, thus resulting to a higher retention level of the basic multiplication facts. The intervention can also be replicated and can be used as reinforcement activity by other schools and even by parents at home because it utilizes free online computer-based games. However, the availability of technology such as internet connectivity, gadgets to be used, power interruptions, and the like may hinder the success of the implementation. Another factor to be considered is the teacher's capabilities on manipulating the technology so that the intervention can be conducted with ease.
Congratulations to our presenters from Shana Elementary School and Mabini Elementary School.
And that was our first batch of research presenters. Wow, what can we say? They're all equally brilliant and intellectual. For now, let's take a break and watch an intermission number by Ma'am Malu Alab, the head teacher 1 and the singing nightingale of Tubod National High School. Let us welcome her with a virtual clap.
I can live, I can love, I can reach the heavens above. I can right what is wrong, I can sing just in a song. I can dance, I can fly, and just a rainbow in the sky. I can be your good friend, I can love you until the I can right what is wrong. I can sing just in a song. I can dance, I can fly, and just a rainbow in the sky. I can be your good friend. I can love you until I can live. I can love. I can reach the heavens above. I can right what is wrong. I can sing just in a song. I can dance, I can fly, and just a rainbow in the sky. I can be your good friend. I can love you
Such a powerful but refreshing voice you have, ma'am. Thank you so much, Ma'am Alab, for sharing your singing prowess with us. Before we will resume with our second group of presenters, let us hear a message from one of the pillars in DepEd Caraga region. We are honored and fortunate to have with us today our very own Regional Director, Dr. Evelyn R. Fitalvero. CESO 4, a virtual clap, please.
My warm greetings to the Surigao del Norte Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Teresa M. Rial, the Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Leone B. Salvosa, the SJOD and CID chiefs, the Education Program Supervisors, the Division Research Coordinator, Grace Iparagere Orbestondo, all who are present here, all participants, the researchers, our teachers, our school heads, ladies and gentlemen, a blessed morning to all. I am happy that the Division of Surigao del Norte has initiated this first virtual Division Research Congress. I congratulate you on the job well done. The theme that you have adopted for this Congress perfectly captured the purpose of researching. That is to translate evidence into best practices. Research is just a starting point, not the end game. It is the basis for action. The accuracy or truthfulness of the gathered data is a prerequisite for the end game of research wherein the results are utilized and applied. Without utilization and application, your research outputs will only be a piece of paper sitting there to gather dust and dirt, waiting for the right time at the right people to do it justice. If ever there is the best time to conduct research, this is the time because the pandemic has opened opportunities for research and exploration. The challenge is there and it is enjoying or evolving even as we speak. I am happy that many of you have taken this challenge of researching in these times. I highly commend your efforts. I am sure that the conclusions and recommendations to be presented this morning will provide us with insights on the possible policy directions and concrete actions suited to the current situation and even beyond. Your research outputs speak well of your high sense of professionalism, resulting in the feeling of satisfaction with your job. Naturally, your research work will be beneficial to learners, teachers, and co-workers. As to how much impact your research may bear on them, we still do not know for sure. In any case, we have enough research-based evidence at our disposal. Enlightened by this data, our future decisions will eventually align with our goals and objectives as reflected in the practices of the division. Lastly, keep the culture of research in your schools division as strong as ever. Always have an open and searching mind and be tenacious in your commitment and have the willpower to doing research. As our very own regional PPRD designated chief has said, let's embrace research with passion. Once again, thank you very much. May God bless the works of your hands. Good and pleasant day, everyone.
Thank you so much, Regional Director Dr. Evelyn R. Pitalbero, for gracing our Division Research Congress. Another set of teacher researchers from Surigao Norte National High School will be our 6 presenters. To introduce them, I give you Mr. Jose Gil Ellis Cabal, Principal 3.
The Surigao del Norte National High School, Surigao del Norte Division, is honored to actively support the Department of Education in its endeavor to constantly develop the culture of research. I'm proud to present to you the committed researchers who have been steadfast in enhancing the academic performance of our learners. Angelita L. Trocar, Master Teacher 2, Juna B. Montenegro, Teacher 3, Denia C. Carmen C. Pacquiao, Master Teacher 1, with the research title, Using Differentiated Instruction to Improve the Problem-Solving Skills of grade 9 students in science.
Diversity produces a learning environment where it is for all. In this millennial education, learners displayed individual differences. To meet the learning goals successfully, educators are encouraged to implement varied approaches. Nowadays, teachers serve learners who have different learning styles. This action research highlights using differentiated instruction to improve the problem-solving skills of students in grade 9 science. In the implementation of the K-12 program, one of its goals is to improve the problem-solving skills of students. With this context, teachers should have diverse teaching styles to fill the gap and improve the academic performance of the students. And based on the NPS post-test results, fourth quarter last year, the students got 33.88 below the passing score of 38.0. The competency to infer that the total momentum before and after collision is equal needs the problem-solving skills of grade 9 students in science. In this action research, differentiated instruction will be implemented with the purpose of improving engagement of learning in science. Individual and group work settings will be differentiated according to the learner's profile. Therefore, this study is conducted to test the effectiveness of differentiated instruction in improving the problem-solving skills of grade 9 students in science. There are 3 sets of activities and evaluation that corresponds to their activities. Both groups were given diagnostic tests. The groups were grouped into kinesthetic learners, auditory learners, and visual learners. Kinesthetic learners would play takyang. They were required to observe the motion of takyang and made to answer the question in the analysis part. Meanwhile, the auditory learners were given a pre-downloaded lecture video, and they were allowed to listen and take note of the important ideas, then answer the question in the analysis part. Lastly, the visual learners are observed the object thrown on air and predict its motion.
This research aimed to find out how differentiated instruction improved the problem-solving skills of grade 9 students in science. Specifically, this research sought to answer the following questions. What is the performance of the control and experimental groups in science? Is there a significant difference between the performance of the control and the experimental groups in science? As to the implementation of the action research, 2 groups were utilized. Both the control group and the experimental group consist of 45 students. It also utilized the experimental research design since the main purpose was to determine the effectiveness of the differentiated instruction in improving the problem-solving skills of grade 9 students in science. And this research employed purposive sampling since the participants were grade 9 students from the regular class of SNNHS, whose final rating falls between 75 to 80% level of proficiency in the first quarter. This study used pre- and post-assessment tools to gauge the performance level of the participants in problem-solving skills in grade 9 science. A diagnostic test using VAK, learning style, self-assessment questionnaire for the student participants. Diagnostic test was used for the demographic profiling of the interest of the respondents. For the statistical tools, we were using the following: mean and standard deviation. These tools were used to determine the performance of the participants in their pre-test and post-test, and analysis of covariance and COVA. This tool was used to identify the difference between the performance of the control and experimental groups. Table 3 showed the pre-test and post-test results of the controlled and experimental group of grade 9 students. It also showed if experimental group is better than that of control group based on the grades of the participants during the conduct of the study. In pre-test, the students on control group obtained an average score of 16.56 out of 50 total score, which showed a qualitative description of fairly satisfactory. While the experimental group, they obtained an average score of 22.69, which showed a qualitative description of satisfactory, which means that the students had a significant difference in the result of the mean computation. In the post-test, the scores of the students in control group increased, which obtained a 28.69 average score, which showed a qualitative description of satisfactory. This means that the students failed the post-assessment in control group. While in the experimental group, students' mean score increased to 37.58, which showed a qualitative description of very satisfactory. This means that the students passed in the post-test in experimental group. Clearly, the increase in the test scores from pre-test to post-test manifested great improvement on the students' academic performance using differentiated instruction.
Table 4 presented the significant difference between the pre-test and the post-test scores of the control and the experimental groups. And these slides show that there is a significant difference between the academic performance of the two groups, the control and the experimental group, since the P level, which is 1.573E07, is less than 0.05. In addition, the computed P level of the covariate pretest, which is 0.833, is greater than 0.05. It means that pretest does not have effect or does not adjust the association between the predictor and the outcome variable. Furthermore, the table showed the adjusted mean of control group, which is 28.69, and experimental group, which is 37.58. This supported the difference between the adjusted mean of the experimental group, which is higher than that of control group. This entailed that experimental group performed well than that of control group. Thus, the result indicated that academic achievement of the student increased by the use of differentiated instruction than that of conventional approach. Because students were more inquisitive about the topic since they were more interested performing activities that suited their learning style. Finally, we believe that the use of differentiated instruction in teaching science for grade 9 students would increase their acquisition of knowledge and better improve the student skills in scientific literacy. We were pleased with the result of our action research because it increased students' self-assurance and confidence level. The best learned when their interests were used during the applications of its learning outcomes. Therefore, we recommend these differentiated instructions to other teachers in our districts because this method could be applied across all learning areas. Although this method requires more preparations of tasks that cater different individuals, this style would greatly influence in the learning of our students.
Thank you so much. Please get ready for your questions. Your first question will be asked by Dr. Jersim S. Luminta, EPS in Science, and the second question will be coming from Dr. Alvin M. Bunyel, Principal 1 of Quezon Elementary School.
Congratulations to the researchers of Surigao del Norte National High School for presenting a research on the use of differentiated instruction to improve problem-solving skills in science among grade 9 students. I would like to mention the names of the researcher, Angelita Torcal, Juna Montenegro, and Dinia Paquillo. I have one question for you about this study. Are the interventions cited in your study adaptable in treating other existing problems met by the grade 9 students? Cite concrete situations to support your claims. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your question. Yes, the interventions are adaptable in treating other existing problems met by the grade 9 students. In English subject, based on the result of the program reread in Surigao del Norte National High School among the students of the school year 2017 to 2019. This can be utilized to enhance the comprehension and reading skills of the students. Moreover, the same intervention can be used to enhance the numeracy skill of students during remedial classes of mathematics class among the students at Surigao del Norte National High School.
Good day, everyone. I would like to congratulate the researchers of Surigao Norte National High School for your research entitled Using Differentiated Instructions to Improve the Problem-Solving Skills of Grade 9 Students in Science. And I would like also to ask all the researchers, what were the challenges you have encountered in the implementation of your research findings? And how were you able to overcome those challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your question. In any endeavor taken, especially in a group research, time element is always one of the challenges encountered. Teacher researchers have to extend and manage their time on task well on top of their daily routines. Another challenge met was on monetary aspect. The researchers innovate their own initiatives and resources to meet their needs during the conduct of their activities until the financial assistance from the BERF was received. And another problem met was achievement gap between able and less able students. Being a teacher, we tried to assess, be flexible, extend time, contact, and provide activities. Thank you.
Congratulations to our presenters from Surigao Norte National High School. I'm sure we all gained insights, discoveries, and learnings from the presentations, right, Sir Barry?
Indeed, Ma'am Dar. Let's keep the ball rolling and welcome our research presenters number 7 from Quezon Elementary School. To do the honor, let's welcome the school head of Quezon Elementary School, Dr. Alvin M. Buniel, Principal 2.
Reading is very important in the academic endeavor of every learner. This has been the vision of the Department of Education to make every child a reader. This is also the thrust of the division's flagship program, Hiniusang Pag-amuma para sa Edukalidad. With so much appreciation to the researchers of Mainit 1 District that despite the pandemic, they continue to innovate new teaching strategies to improve the reading level of our learners. On behalf of Mainit 1 District, being the research coordinator, I take pride to introduce the researchers of the research entitled Using Karaoke to Improve the Word Recognition Level of the Grade 4 Pupils in English. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mrs. Janet Salino Pojeta Master Teacher 2 of Quezon Elementary School, Mrs. Maria Nelba Villamor Baha, Master Teacher 2 of Mainit Central Elementary School, and Mrs. Lynn Payak Lingkuna, Master Teacher 1 of Mainit Central Elementary School.
Thank you, Dr. Alvin M. Buniel, the Principal 2 of Quezon Elementary School, for the introduction. Good morning. In spite of the suspension of face-to-face instruction in schools, as the COVID-19 pandemic continues, education must go on. Thus, this action research highlights karaoke as motivational tool to improve and enhance reading skill of the learners anywhere, anytime at their comfort zone. The researchers conceive of using karaoke as teaching strategy to help improve the reading skill of the school children, especially the frustration level reader. The researchers' ultimate aim was to improve the learner's word recognition level and to let the learner feel that reading is fun. The researcher found karaoke a unique tool to excite learners' interest that displayed impressive reading behaviors. Republic Act 10533 stipulated that no child should be left behind, and it is part of DepEd goals and objectives that every child should be a reader. This endeavor will improve the reading level of the learners, particularly in word recognition, using the karaoke as an intervention. Based on the district field area results, 18% of grade 4 pupils belong in the frustration level, specifically in word recognition. Thus, the researchers decided to use the karaoke to improve the word recognition level of grade 4 pupils in English. To discuss further the details of the study, please welcome Mrs. Marianela V. Baha, my co-researcher.
Since these learners are fond with digital, karaoke being the most available technology in school and at home, the researchers use this as an intervention to improve the word recognition level of grade 4 pupils in English. With today's generation, learners engage technology as an integral part of life. The researchers had come to realize on how to deal the problem through digital approach using karaoke. And this instructional technique, the following modules were employed. The learners were undertaken to repeated reading karaoke on the first week, choral karaoke on the second week, silent karaoke on the third week, and individual karaoke on the fourth week. This study aims to examine and analyze karaoke as a tool to improve the word recognition level of the participants. Specifically, it sought to answer the following questions. What is the reading level in terms of word recognition in English of the participants? Is there a significant difference between the reading level in terms of word recognition in English before and after the intervention? This study used the experimental method. Participants were 60 grade 4 pupils randomly selected from 3 schools: Quezon Elementary School, Mainit Central Elementary School, and Rojas Elementary School hold belong to frustration level and word recognition. With the experimental design conducted on this study, 28 pupils from Quezon Elementary School, 22 in Mainit Central Elementary School, and 10 pupils of Rojas Elementary School. This study used playtest and post-test field area assessment tools to gauge the reading level of the respondents. Learners' reading level was examined through the conduct of the field area with 70 words and was categorized into 3 reading levels: independent level, instructional level, and frustration level. This way, the respondents were conducted into 4 modules and karaoke. To present the findings of the study, may I call in my co-researcher, Ma'am Len P. Lincona.
The study used mean and standard deviation to determine the reading level of grade 4 in English. T-test was used to determine the significant difference. Table 1 presents the result of the word recognition level in English of the grade 4 pupils of Mainit 1 district. As shown in Table 1, the participants obtained a 63.65 mean score in their post-test. This indicates that participants' reading skills belong to instructional level, which signifies 90 to 96% accuracy reading ability of the learner. This also means that the learner is 90 to 96% can read or recognize words and has at least 75% comprehension. This result is supported by the study of Bakari et al. 2020, where they find that karaoke can help pupils of the primary school in Republic of Croatia learn new vocabulary, practice reading and pronunciation. Also, Sasi and Su 2019 pointed out that using Chinese karaoke songs has improved the reading ability of Iran student in recognizing Chinese words, which is evident in the mean score from 40.80 to 5.48. Table 2 shows that the p-value is 0.000, which is lower than the p-value level of 0.05. This suggests that the test result is statistically significant. This also means that the probability of getting a difference of 18.98 between the mean pre-test and post-test is 0.000 with a t-value of 15.45. This result is parallel to the study of Dipatamanon 2018, where the mean difference of pre-test and post-test was at 13.48, showed the significant improvement in connected speech and is significantly different at a p-value of 0.00 after utilizing English songs with karaoke application. In this study, it was found out that those frustration level readers that do not like reading were inspired and enjoyed reading using the karaoke. It was well thought out that reading with music is a fun-filled activity. The participation rate and the confidence level of the frustration readers were increased. Hence, for the school localized policy on the use of karaoke and improving the word recognition in English from grades 4 to 6 learners through the school memorandum and inclusion in the AIP and APP of the school as one of the priority needs.
Now is the best way to improve and enhance the literacy of learners is by using this method.
Let the karaoke be the best way to gain word recognition skills.
Thank you and have a wonderful day, everyone. Let's sing it!
Thank you so much for that research presentation. Researchers, please get ready for your questions. Your first question will be asked by Dr. Vilma Owanite, EPS and SGOD. And the second question will be coming from Ma'am Rose Jean O. Suarez, APS2 Social Mobilization Section.
Congratulations on your research, but I have one question. How would you implement your intervention considering the learning delivery modality we are employing at present?
Thank you, Ma'am Velma Waneki, for the question. The implementation of our intervention during this time of pandemic has really become a great challenge for us. However, we were able to continue its implementation through the help of the parents. We have provided soft copies of the karaoke videos through CDs and let it be played at home with the guidance of the parents. We have also provided the list of words found in the karaoke for the learners to be mastered. We were able to monitor the said implementation by requiring the parents to take video or pictures when they conduct the karaoke sessions.
Congratulations and thank you very much our dynamic teacher researchers of Quezon Elementary School, Mainit 1 District, Miss Janet S. Cojeta, Maria Nelba V. Baha, and Len Pilincuna for the commendable research presentation. We are so grateful of your vigor and enthusiasm in doing action research on the use of karaoke in improving word recognition in English among grade 4 frustration level readers. This to enhance the reading comprehension skills of our learners. Actually, there are already various teaching strategies used to enrich the reading skills of the learners. Well, I would just like to ask, based on your action research, how did karaoke help struggling learners improve their reading level in terms of word recognition?
Thank you, Ma'am Rose Jean Suarez, for the question. Struggling learners were able to improve their reading level using karaoke through the following. First, word familiarization. As the learners watched the video, they were able to familiarize the words as the karaoke is played repeatedly. Second, the learners imitate how words were read and properly pronounced. And finally, they enjoy in singing while they read the lyrics of the song and seamlessly understand the meaning of the word through the video presentation also. Thank you.
What an incredible presentation from researchers of Quezon Elementary School. They all deserved a resounding virtual applause from us.
At this point, to introduce our next presenters, I give you the school head of Taiwan Elementary School, Ma'am Nancy A. Ibarra, Principal 1.
Studies would detail that children who read very little do not have the benefits that come with it, since reading can be a springboard for one's success. To address the problem in reading, two teachers of Daiwan Elementary School mutually came up with the desire of helping those learners who lagged behind in terms of reading performance. But this could not be made possible without taking into account the factors why some learners experience difficulty in reading both in English and Filipino. Please welcome the visionary educators who collaboratively crafted an action research on conducting enhancement lessons and improving the reading performance on word recognition in English and Filipino of the grade 3 pupils in Daiwan Elementary School, the Master Teacher 2, and the school's reading coordinator in English, Mrs. Maria Belia Leros Plaza, and the school's reading coordinator in Filipino, the Master Teacher 1, Mrs. Maria Amorfina Paqueo Nazi.
The researchers believe that learning to read is a complex and continuous process from the early years of the child's development and continuing throughout his lifetime. As a basic tool for learning, reading facilitates the ability to think, reason out, discriminate, judge, evaluate what has been read, and solve problems. Reading is indeed an encompassing tool in assisting the child to learn. The grade 3 teachers of Taiwan Elementary School encountered a problem on low reading performance in English and Filipino, specifically on word recognition level. Referring to the Philippine Informal Reading Inventory (PhilERI) in English for school year 2017-2018, the result in oral reading pretest revealed that 46% of the total population of grade 3 pupils, or 31 out of 67 pupils, belong to the frustration level in word recognition. Grade 3 result is quite alarming compared to grade 4, which is 34%, grade 5, 41%, and grade 6, 31%. Another result in group screening test in Filipino conducted last July 2018 showed that 84% of the total enrollment got below 14 correct responses, which is below standard. The researchers believe that the main cause of getting low marks in different subject areas was attributed to the reading deficiencies of the pupils concerned. It means that failure to read hinders the mastery of the subject. Furthermore, a SWOT paper 2014 cited that the greatest cause of failure in elementary schools is the inability of the children to develop reading proficiency. Hence, the simple action research was conceived to find solutions to raise the quality of instruction of reading. This study intended to determine the oral reading performance in word recognition of the grade 3 pupils. Specifically, this research sought to answer the following questions. What is the oral reading performance in word recognition in English and Filipino of the grade 3 pupils before and after the conduct of enhancement or enrichment lessons? Is there a significant difference in the reading performance of the grade 3 pupils before and after the conduct of enhancement or enrichment lessons? By applying the intervention, the researchers conducted a pretest in oral reading in English and Filipino. Each pupil was provided by a copy of the reading material. Miscues in word recognition was noted on the pupil's copy. The result was computed. The pupils who got 89% and below or belonged to the frustration level in word recognition were the respondents of the study. The enhancement lessons were implemented after the conduct of the pretest in oral reading in English and Filipino. The said intervention was conducted every after class hours at 4 to 5 p.m. from Monday to Friday. There was a follow-up individual graded oral reading every day in order to check the effectiveness of the intervention. The enhancement lessons focused on the letter sound recognition as prerequisite in reading syllables, words, phrases, sentences, and paragraphs. This strategy is supported with the idea from one of the studies which cited that a functional disconnect between the phonemics sound and graphemic letter systems in the inferior parietal lobe, which is likely the most common cause of reading disability, by Fiorello et al. 2006. It is also emphasized that reading is important to build word attack skills and good understanding of phoneme-grapheme correspondence throughout the early grades, by Ramos et al. 2003, Shiwitz et al. 1999. This study involved the grade 3 pupils of Taiwan Elementary School, which composed of 54 enrolled during school year 2019-2020. All these pupils underwent the pretest on field area oral reading with focus on word recognition level. The researchers identified the pupils who belong in the frustration level based on the pretest results. The identified pupils were reported to the grade 3 advisors and told them that they were the prior participants of the intervention. The researchers utilized the standardized Philippine informal reading inventory in oral reading in English and Filipino as tools for the study. The individual pretest results were computed and recorded as the baseline of the study. The researchers used the simple weighted mean and standard deviation to determine the reading level of the grade 3 pupils in both English and Filipino before and after the conduct of enhancement lessons. Another method was the test. This was used to determine the significant difference in the reading level of the grade 3 pupils before and after the conduct of enhancement lessons.
Table 1 shows the oral reading performance of the grade 3 pupils in English. It can be seen in the table that the oral reading performance of the learners in the pre-test is under frustration level with a computed mean of 31.33. Though there are learners who have improved their reading performance, the result in the post-test is still under frustration level of 49.56. The results signify that the learners are still experiencing reading difficulties and show an ability to acquire reading fluency. The results of the study are in consonance to the study of Snow, Burns, and Griffin, 1998. It is presented in the table that the oral reading performance of the learners in the pre-test is under frustration level with a computed mean of 56.69. As noted, there are some pupils who have raised their level, but the result in the post-test is still under frustration level with a computed mean of 79.47. The results of the study are supported by the longitudinal study of Jewell 1988, which revealed that 88% of the students who are poor readers remain poor readers in 4th grade. The result elaborates that the mean difference of the post-test over pre-test is 18.22. This means that there is a significant difference in the reading performance of the grade 3 pupils before and after the conduct of enrichment or enhancement lessons. Having the t-value result of 7.853 is very evident that the intervention, especially on teaching letter sound recognition, greatly helped the learners improve their reading performance on word recognition. The results of the study are in consonance to the study of Servier, Ergo, 2012. Lastly, Table 4 represents the difference on the oral reading performance in Filipino. The result shows that the mean difference of the post-test over pre-test is 22.78. It indicates that there is a significant difference in the reading performance of the grade 3 pupils before and after the conduct of enhancement or enrichment lessons. The t-value of 4.514 means that there is a strong evidence that after conducting the intervention, some of the respondents have improved their reading performance. The results of the study are in consonance to the study of Adams, 1990, which stated that letter learning requires retaining shapes, names, sounds in memory, and in fact, overlearning them so that letters can be processed automatically in reading and writing. As teachers, though we are the most burdened professionals among others, but work is so special and greatly rewarding. It is not easy to teach reading, especially to those who cannot read and still struggling to read. With regards to our job, teaching reading is such an art because we played roles as models, especially in sounding off letters and enunciating syllables and words. Furthermore, teaching pupils how to read is not all about the intellect, but it is more on the teacher's empathy and how he feels the urgent need of the learners and on how much he touches their lives. Truly, this work really needs patience and dedication, and that's what our passion in teaching is all about. Since reading is an alarming problem in our school, the researchers would like to recommend or suggest that, if possible, the teachers to be assigned in kindergarten or grade 1 should have the knowledge about letter sound recognition and explicit decoding. These levels are very important because the foundation of learning lies on their hands. There is a need to detail or assign a teacher who is knowledgeable in teaching, reading, and who is efficient in handling frustration and non-readers. The detailed reading teacher will be the one to handle an enhancement class for the identified frustration and non-readers from grades 2 to 6. Number 3, the school must put up a conducive reading room to be used by the detailed reading teacher for the reading enhancement class. And since the teachers are reading teachers, this intervention is really suited for our remedial teaching, especially in grades 1 to 3. Number 5, the school should implement a reading program called Repair to help solve the reading problems encountered in school. Lastly, in our priority of DepEd's quest for quality education and intensifying its campaign on reading proficiency, the researchers are encouraging everyone to work hand in hand to make our reading goal a successful one. Proposed local policy. Division localized policy on the utilization of conducting enhancement lessons and improving the reading performance on word recognition in English and Filipino of the grade 3 pupils in Taiwan Elementary School.
Thank you so much. That was our researchers from Taiwan Elementary School. Presenters, it's time for your questions. Your first question will be asked by Ma'am Krista Fitalvero Gavisay, SEP's Human Resource Development Section, and the second question will be coming from Ma'am Normalia Linsa, Principal 1 of Pananayan Elementary School.
Congratulations to the presenters, Ma'am Maria Bella Plaza, Ma'am Amarfina Nazi, and Ma'am Miriam Sahulga of Jaiwan Elementary School for the successful conduct of your research entitled The Use of Enhancement Lessons to Improve the Reading Performance on Word Recognition in English and Filipino of the grade 3 pupils. I'm just curious, what is in the enhancement lesson of your study that makes it an effective tool in improving the reading level of the pupils? Thank you.
Thank you, Mom, for your question. Conducting enhancement lesson in reading is really beneficial for all struggling readers and even non-readers. Because the difficulties they have experienced will be easily monitored and can be gradually removed through constant practice of the given primary materials. Thus, this process can help the learners become more interested in reading.
good day, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to commend the proponents. Congratulations to Ma'am Maria Bella L. Plaza, together with Ma'am Maria Amorfina Pinazzi. It was clearly mentioned that your aim of conducting this research is to determine the oral reading performance in word recognition of grade 3 learners. Yet, based on your discussions, you found the enhancement lessons significant to the reading performance of the learners, and that was during the regular setting of teaching and learning. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has created the largest disruption of education system, wherein there is a continuous restrictive movement policies strictly implemented, in which significantly disturbed the traditional educational practices. With that, my question for you would be, what would be the significance of your study in the new normal, and how would it be possibly established in distance learning delivery mode of instructions? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your question. Our education system is disrupted with the COVID-19 pandemic, but still conducting enhancement lessons plays an important role in continuing the learning of the learners in the new normal situation. But how would it be? It is in the process of conducting home visitation. In this way, teacher will know who among his learners have experienced reading difficulty by giving an oral reading pretest using the field area material as a tool. Upon knowing the reading level of the learners, teacher will identify the learners with reading problems and provide reading materials suited to their level. With this, the learner may gradually develop in himself the interest in reading, and later on become more confident in what he says, and thus he will find enjoyment in reading. As follow-up, making phone calls and sending messages through text and messenger to parents concerned are also important ways in tracking the status of the learners. Another helpful way is that teachers meet up the parents to assist their children in reading every day as possible, so that the activity can be made as a habit. Lastly, teachers need to build a strong partnership with the parents, so that learners will be helped raise their level of interest in reading and improve their reading performance as well. Thank you and good day.
Congratulations to our presenters from Daewan Elementary School. To our viewers, feel free to comment on our chat box if you have other questions to ask our researchers.
That was indeed a very informative and substantial research presentation, am I right, viewers? All these research outputs are products of the hard work and commitment of the researchers. The technical assistance provided by the Schools Division Research Committee, headed by our chair, ASDS Leonie V. Salvosa, and of course the district research teams.
Truly, collaboration and teamwork can move mountains and make the impossible possible. And now, another set of teacher researchers from Surigao Norte National High School will be our 10th presenters. To introduce them, let's welcome the Principal 3 of Surigao Norte National High School, Mr. Jose Gil L. Escobar.
It is astounding how the fast-paced trend of education have been emerging across time. This reflects the steadfast commitments of our educators in their endeavor to serve our learners. The Surigao del Norte National High School of Surigao del Norte Division is proud to present our teachers who have been innovative in ensuring the improvement of the academic performance of students. To introduce this undertaking, I am proud to present to you the research conducted by Lorena Maquinano Arisa, Master Teacher 1, Roel R. Arisa, Teacher 3, and Roxanne Simon Mongato, Teacher 3, entitled The Effects of Social Media-Based Intervention Activities on Academic Performance in Mathematics of Grade 10 students of Surigao del Norte National High School.
Sir Jose Escabal, our very active and dynamic secondary school principal in Surigao del Norte National High School, for the introduction. Good day, everyone. In today's pandemic, the use of social media platform play an important tool for teaching students, especially in mathematics. This action research aimed to determine whether the use of social media-based intervention activities can really improve the academic performance in mathematics of grade 10 students of Surigao del Norte National High School. The researchers observed that failures and substandard performance in mathematics is due to insufficient teaching learning environment. Thus, students need a lot of motivation to cope with the subject. So, the researchers strongly believe in the need to research social media-based instruction in order to have an in-depth grasp of the educational influence of social media platforms of learning mathematics. To discuss further the details of this study, let us welcome Ma'am Lorena M. Ariza, Master Teacher 1 of Surigao del Norte National High School.
Mathematics is one of the compulsory subjects for all levels of education, primary, secondary, and higher education. This lesson is often regarded by some students as complicated, even scary. So, it is often considered as a boring lesson by the students. Thus, the students' motivation to follow this lesson will be so low that it affects the cognitive and psychomotor aspects of the student in this lesson. As such, the researchers strongly believe that using social media has a positive impact in the learning process and can enhance the students' motivation, especially in mathematics. Through social media, students are not only motivated to learn the subject, but also develop these mathematical ideas as well as the ability to communicate well. By employing these methods, it is believed that students' problems such as anxiety to mathematics can be reduced or eliminated. One way or method that can be applied is by utilizing social media as a means of learning. Through social media, you can send messages like video lessons, assignments, or even quizzes. The study will determine whether the use of social media-based intervention activities can really improve the academic performance in mathematics of grade 10 students of Surigao del Norte National High School. Specifically, it will answer the following questions. 1. What is the academic performance in mathematics of the control and experimental group before and after the intervention? 2. Is there a significant difference between the academic performance in mathematics of the control and the experimental group? Purposive sampling was employed in this study. The researcher opted for this method since the main goal is to focus on a particular characteristic of a population. That is, student access and ability to use social media for learning purposes, which will best enable them to answer the research questions. The researchers classified the 45 grade 10 Libis students
who have access to social media, particularly the Facebook Messenger, as the experimental group, and the 45 grade 10 Aquino students were the control group, and a pretest was given to both groups. The researchers implemented the social media-based intervention activities to the experimental group. Social media-based intervention activities were sent to the group chat of the experimental group every week for 3 weeks. Finished activities were then submitted by the experimental group through private messages. The researchers checked the activities and feedback from both the researchers and experimental group was discussed in the group chat. Post-tests were given to both the control and experimental groups, and the data were gathered, tabulated, analyzed, and interpreted using the appropriate statistical tools. To present the findings of the study, may I present my co-researcher, Ma'am Roxanne C. Lunga.
Table 2 shows the academic performance in mathematics in terms of pretest. Notice that the mean score of the grade 10 students was 5.03 with a standard deviation of 2.003, which was very low or beginning. The control group got a higher mean of 5.49 with a standard deviation of 2.117, which was very low or beginning. The experimental group got a mean score of 4.58 with a standard deviation of 1.79, which was also interpreted as very low and described as beginning. It is safe to conclude that the grade 10 students of Surigao del Norte National High School didn't have enough prior knowledge about polynomial functions. Table 3 shows the academic performance in mathematics in terms of post-test. As shown in Table 3, it was found out that the mean score of the grade 10 students of Surigao del Norte National High School was 20.76 with a standard deviation of 3.504, which can be interpreted as high or described as proficient. The experimental group got a higher mean of 22.60 with a standard deviation of 2.995, which means proficient. Even though the control group got a higher mean in their prior knowledge regarding polynomial function, they got slightly lower mean of 18.91 with a standard deviation of 2.983, which is also described as proficient. Proficient in polynomials mean that the student knows the basic of polynomials, can factor and illustrate polynomial equation, and can solve problems involving polynomial and polynomial equations. As a reflection, teachers should embrace social media as a vehicle for driving engagement and learning than a distraction of learning. Teachers should consider adopting social media-based intervention activities, or SMBIA, as a strategy to enhance the academic performance of the students. Teachers should consider crafting more social media-based intervention activities to actively engage their students to learn even outside the classroom and beyond class hours.
Thank you so much for your research presentation, teacher researchers. I know you are now ready for your questions. Let's hear your first question from Dr. Grace Y. Orbistondo, Senior Education Program Specialist, and the second question from Marcel A. Pamplina, Head Teacher 1 of Amando A. Fabio Memorial National High School.
Congratulations to the research enthusiasts of Surigao Norte National High School, Ma'am Glorina Areza, Ma'am Roxanne Mungato, and Sir Ruel Areza for presenting their research on the use of social media-based instruction in mathematics for grade 10 students. In the implementation of your study, what were the challenges you have encountered and how did you deal with them? Thank you.
As to the question, ma'am, learners encountered slow internet connectivity and conflict with their household chores, especially at night time. In such case, learners were given consideration in the submission of their outputs. They were given flexible time and extension of deadlines. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, Ma'am Glorina, Sir Ruel, and Ma'am Roxanne. What a nice interventions may be adopted by some other schools, especially in this time of pandemic. I would just like to ask if others will adopt the interventions employed in your research, what recommendations can you suggest to effectively implement it in their school?
Thank you, Ma'am. Why dissemination of our research through seminars or lab session is recommended to effectively implement the research in their school. Further, since the intervention we use in our research utilize the social media to enhance learning, it is highly recommended that their school can provide free Wi-Fi or accessible internet connection to the students.
Congratulations to the researchers of Surigao Norte National High School for having eloquently presented their research. All research presenters will receive a certificate of commendation and a token of appreciation.
Indeed, all the efforts are paid off. The experience, the fun, and the excitement of doing such a significant endeavor is a reward per se. At this juncture, let us give the floor to our next researchers from Season Central Elementary School. They will be introduced to us by Dr. Josephine G. Bulutaulo, Principal 2.
Research is a scientific venture endeavored to gather facts for the solution of the specific problem. Along the process, it requires time, patience, effort, money, and most especially, the will to endure all the challenges met along the way to success. With strong determination, I am happy that these researchers have come up with the action research entitled Project Sagip, Support Activity Geared to Improve Pupils' Performance, an intervention to improve reading performance of grade 3 pupils of Season Central Elementary School Speed Center. I am proud to introduce to you the proponents of this research, Mylene T. Borja, Malvin M. Gonzaga, and Loila John P. Tijada.
Thank you, Ma'am Jo, for that nice introduction. Good day, everyone. Learning to read and understanding what the child reads are the skills need to be developed in the formative years of elementary education. The Department of Education has launched several programs and projects to uplift every learner's performance, especially in the matter of reading. One of those is the Debit Order number 70, series of 2011, under the Project E-Card, states that every child a reader at their grade level. This education reform targeted grade 3 as the level by which every child must be a successful reader and to develop the maximum potential of each learner as they step up to the key stage 2, the grade 4 to grade 6. Teachers deal with the number of pupils learning from 40 to 45 in a class with unique personalities. It is very apparent that they don't have the same grasp of learning in a classroom. Season Central Elementary School SPED Center is composed of diverse learners who possess different skills and talents, both in SPED and in regular classes, which are continually challenged. When data arises on frustration readers in English and Filipino is very significant. It is for this reason that this Project Sagip Reading research was undertaken to know its effectiveness as an intervention to improve reading performance of grade 3 pupils of Season Central Elementary School SPED Center. To give the heart and to discuss further about this project, let's welcome my co-researcher, Mrs. Malvin M. Gonzaga.
The project support activity geared to improve pupils' performance in reading or SAGIP reading goal is to save the reading skills of the pupils. It was conceptualized by the researchers to rescue or help the pupils who were in the frustration level of reading both English and Filipino. Project SAGIP reading was performed or acted upon by all the teaching and non-teaching personnel of Season Central Elementary School SPED Center. The researchers believed that the best effective intervention is the teacher's physical presence while letting the child read. The colorful reading materials could not be as effective as the teacher's physical intervention to make the child read. The teaching and the non-teaching personnel who gave support to enhance the reading ability of the pupils were called as the teacher's savior, who helped the grade 3 advisors make sure every pupil is a reader before he or she will be promoted to the next level. The support activity of a teacher was done during his or her free time based on the class program. The researchers believe further that a 15 minutes or 30 minutes free time of a teacher, if spent sitting beside the pupil to let him or her read, make a big difference in the child's well-being. Each learner who was able to read through the help of the teacher savior was recorded in an IC card by the teacher as a mode of verification to be attached in the Individual Performance Commitment and Review, or IPCR, to give credit to the teacher savior who was able to save and improve the learner's reading ability. In addition, a pupil who was a frustration reader hold a My Teacher's Saves Me card. The pupil got it from his or her teacher advisor every time the child goes to his or her teacher savior to read, so that his or her teacher savior can affix his or her signature on it as a proof that there is really a reading encounter between the teacher savior and the child. Project SAGIP reading also encourages bayanihan among the teaching and the non-teaching personnel of Season Central Elementary School SPED Center to carry the child at his or her best. This SAGIP reading further believes to reduce, if not eradicate, pupils who are in the level of frustration of reading in the school and will help achieve Project ICAR of the Department of Education. Hence, this action research sought answers to the following questions. 1. What is the reading level of the grade 3 pupils in both English and Filipino before and after the intervention? 2. Is there a significant difference in the reading level of the grade 3 pupils before and after the SAGIP reading intervention? The participants of Project SAGIP reading were 35 grade 3 pupils who were identified under frustration level in reading both English and Filipino in the oral reading pretest during the school year 2019-2020, and 35 teaching and non-teaching personnel of Season Central Elementary School SPED Center. As to how the study was conducted, the oral reading pretest in English and Filipino was conducted in all grade 3 pupils. The names of pupils fall in frustration level of reading were placed in a box and were drawn by all the teaching and non-teaching personnel. One teacher was tasked to save one pupil. This study used the Philippine Informal Reading Inventory passages for oral reading both English and Filipino during the pretest and post-test. The researchers used also the field area criteria for word recognition and comprehension, and and so with the criteria for oral reading. The IEC card was used by the teacher saver in monitoring the progress of the pupil in terms of reading, while My Teacher Saves Me card was used to monitor the times of reading encounter of the pupil and the teacher saver. To present the findings of the study, here's my co-researcher, Mrs. Mylene T. Bora.
This time, let us talk about the results of our research, which of course anchored to the research question. Problem number 1. What is the reading level of the grade 3 pupils, both in English and Filipino, before and after the intervention? Table 3 revealed the mean and standard deviation of the grade 3 pupils' pre-test and post-test results in word recognition, both in English and Filipino. It was found out that during the pre-test in English, pupils were in frustration level of reading. However, during the post-test, after having been subjected to Sagip reading intervention, the reading level of pupils increased with a mean of 90 and standard deviation of 20.46, which belong to instructional level. While in Filipino, reading pre-test of the pupils were in frustration level, in contrary to the post-test results of the oral reading inventory of pupils, with a mean of 92.4 and a standard deviation of 20.83, which belongs to the instructional level of reading. Numerical results imply that learners committed few errors in recognizing words after the Project Sagip reading intervention. Table 4 shows the mean and standard deviation of the pre-test post-test results both in English and Filipino as the reading comprehension. In English, during the pre-test, pupils were in frustration level of reading with a mean and standard deviation of 0 since these pupils did not really know how to read. With the Sagip reading intervention, the pupils became instructional readers with a mean of 65.94 and a standard deviation of 17.77 in the post-test. While in Filipino, in terms of reading comprehension, reading pre-test of the pupils got a mean of only 5.26 and a standard deviation of 10.34, which is in the frustration level of reading, whereas in the post-test, pupils acquired a mean of 72.09 and a standard deviation of 22.39, which belongs to the instructional level of reading after the Project Sagip intervention. Let us proceed to the problem number 2. Is there a significant difference in the reading level of the grade 3 pupils before and after the Sagip reading intervention? Table 5 displays the computed t-value and the p-value in reference to the word recognition ability of the grade 3 pupils both in English and Filipino. The p-value 0.00 is less than 0.05, signifies that there is a significant difference between the reading level of the grade 3 pupils both in English and Filipino before and after the Project Sagip reading intervention in terms of word recognition, leading to the statement that the intervention implemented is effective. Table 6 presents the computed t-value and the p-value in relation to the reading comprehension skills of the grade 3 pupils both in English and Filipino. It can be viewed that the p-value 0.00 is less than 0.05. This discloses that there is a significant difference between reading level in the pre-test and post-test in terms of reading comprehension skills both in English and Filipino. Interventions, which was the application of Project Sagip reading or Teachers Bayanihan, is of great impact to improve reading comprehension skills of the pupils. For the recommendations, the Project Sagip reading be applied as a reading intervention. It is recommended to further enhance the reading performance of the pupils. It is effective in reducing, if not eradicating, the incidence of pupils and the frustration level of reading in school. The spirit of bayanihan must dwell among the teaching and non-teaching personnel of the school. Teachers must be committed at all times because not all learners have the same grasp of learning. Others need an intervention program.
If a teacher teaches with a heart, possibilities of the child or learner to become productive contributing members of the society is as wide as the horizon.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our 11 presenters from Season Central Elementary School. Researchers, please get ready for your questions. For your first question, let's listen to Ma'am Marish A. Baratillo, EPS2 in Monitoring and Evaluation Unit. And the second question will be asked by Ma'am Doris R. Oval, Principal 2 of Campo National High School.
Thank you, Ma'am Maylene T. Borja, Ma'am Malvin M. Gonzaga, and Ma'am Luella June Parpan of Season Central Elementary School for presenting your commendable research entitled Project Sagip, an intervention to improve reading performance of grade 3 pupils. The research conforms to the trust of our school's divisions pag tinabangay sa pag-amuma para sa edukalidad, where it seeks to ensure that all learners are readers. The results indicated that Project Sagip improved the reading level of the pupils. I have one question to ask. How can your intervention be used in the current learning delivery modality employed by our school's division?
Thank you, Mom. With regards to the question, the heart of Project Sagip Reading is to save. At this time of health crisis, we need each other to care for each other. In the current learning modality employed by our school's division, it is very timely that this intervention be used. The support of the teaching and non-teaching personnel, parents, guardians, and other stakeholders is to be encouraged to do their part, to be the teacher's savior, right at the court.
Project Sagip Reading was successfully implemented in your school in the previous school year, particularly in grade 3. And the seed project was done through the help of the teachers and the librarian during their free time. Since there are also frustration readers in other grade levels, I assume that the school will roll out this project, say, to grade 4, 5, or 6. If this will be rolled out to other grade levels, how will you plan to maximize the parents or other household members' involvement in the project, considering the local IATF or interagency task force protocols in the new normal?
Thank you, Mom. Relative to the question, if Sagip Reading will be rolled out in other grade levels, the researchers are ready to take these plans. First, to encourage parents, guardians, and other family members to teach their child to read, or follow up, supervise their children when reading. In the case where nobody is capable of teaching their children to read, the support of the teachers and other professionals nearest the learner's home is to be solicited. To strengthen rapport between parents and guardians and the teachers by means of an open line communication, may it be through text, group chats, video calls, and other social media platforms. And to conduct home visitations, observing the health protocols when social media platforms are not available.
And that was our second batch of teacher researchers, everyone. We are all learning a lot from their presentations. Before we will end our morning session, let us acknowledge the efforts of the people behind this 3rd Division Research Congress.
The Schools Division Research Committee, IT officers of the division, Sir John Pearl A. Manungas and Sir Barry Jesse B. Digol. Technical Working Group and the prime mover, our Senior Education Program Specialist, Dr. Grace Y. Orbistondo. And also, we will not forget the virtual participation of our teaching and non-teaching personnel.
We are done with our presenters in the morning session. We will have our lunch break and we will be back at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Stay tuned for more research presentations this afternoon. Enjoy your meal and have a good day. And we are back for the afternoon session. Are you all ready for the next set of presentations?
But before that, are you still around? Please write down your name and your school in the comment section for your presence to be acknowledged.
Well, it is great to see that you are still with us this afternoon. So sit back, relax, and enjoy.
At this time, we teachers will prove that we are not only intelligent academically, but we are also talented in so many ways. Let's call in Ma'am Milchi U. Biliona, Teacher 3 of Campo Elementary School, to serenade us with her angelic voice.
Pangako sa'yo, hindi mababago. Ikaw lang ang ibigin ko, kahit ikaw ay lumayo at masaktan ako.
much, Ma'am Elchie. Teachers are indeed very talented. We are all in one. And now, let's continue with our last batch of brilliant researchers. Let's welcome our next presenter from the school's division office. To introduce her, let's welcome Dr. Vilma Owanete, Education Program Supervisor, SGOD. A virtual clap, please.
It is my great pleasure to introduce to you a colleague, at the same time a friend who is so close to my heart. She graduated cum laude and started her career in the Department of Education as a classroom teacher. With her drive, willpower, and integrity, she became head teacher, education program specialist for monitoring and evaluation, school principal of Placer West Central Elementary School, and now the designated Division SBM Coordinator. Her exposure to her current position prompted her to conduct the research titled Delving into the Implementation of the School-Based Management in the Schools Division of Surigao del Norte with the Chief Education Supervisor of the Schools Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Julieta R. Vertudazo, as her co-researcher. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a reverberating applause to the kind-hearted, the amazingly beautiful and dedicated servant of the Schools Division of Surigao del Norte, Dr. Alma Ponyo Gir.
Marajon na adlaw sa tanan, I am Alma C. Ponyo-Gir, Division SBM Coordinator of the Schools Division of Surigao del Norte. Today, I am going to present our study entitled Delving into the Implementation of School-Based Management in the Schools Division of Surigao del Norte. According to Blank 2004, school-based management can promote improvements in student learning by building relationships between schools and diverse community entities. He further asserted that building partnerships that link school, family, and community is intimately connected to student achievements because linking schools and community resources lead to providing services and support that address various needs of the students. This idea was supported by Sheldon and Voorhees 2004 when he affirms that community and parental attachment in support of school-based management program can improve schools and the quality of education that the children achieve as well as the academic achievements of students. Thus, the Department of Education intensifies the implementation of school-based management through DepEd Order Number 83 Series of 2012 to decentralize the decision-making to schools and re-emphasize the centrality of the learners and the involvement of relevant community basic education service delivery supported by the Governance of Basic Education Act RA 9155. Which emphasizes the centralization of school governance, which the Schools Division of Surigao del Norte adheres to. However, our division has been challenged in terms of implementing the school-based management program. Based on the assessment and validation conducted on July 16 to August 3, 2018 by the Division SBM Coordinating Team and September 11 to 14, 2018 by the Regional SBM Coordinating Team, there are a total of 3 or 1.53% only out of 196 schools have reached the advanced level of SBM Level 3. This clearly shows that there is a problem in the implementation of school-based management in most of the schools within the division. The literature has provided much information on the reasons and consequences of such problems. The lack of comprehensive analysis of the situation in the schools division basing on the experiential accounts of school heads and stakeholders form the basis of this research study. Thus, this study explored the sincere thoughts, feelings, and perceptions
of our respondents regarding their experiences and the implementation of school-based management program. This qualitative research, which is phenomenological study, sought answers to this query. What are the experiences of the school-based management or SBM implementers and the schools division of Surigao del Norte? This study used qualitative research design through phenomenological approach. We utilized this method to help us understand the phenomenon according to the perspective and lived experiences of school-based management implementers and the schools division of Surigao del Norte. Hence, the schools where the participants come from were those belonging to the list of schools having the lowest level of school-based management practices as indicated in the result of SBM validation conducted in calendar year 2018, and they were chosen purposefully. The respondents were chosen according to the following criteria. 1. School heads of the identified schools with a low level of SBM practices, and they are coded as SHP. Number 2. Stakeholder representatives of the identified schools with a low level of SBM practices, which is coded as STK. This study utilized a semi-structured interview guide questions, which was then validated by experts. In conducting any research, it is important to uphold ethical considerations, so we assure the participants of the utmost confidentiality of their identity and the data gathered throughout the conduct of reporting of the research. They were informed that the data that will be gathered from them will be used solely to serve the purpose of the study. As to how we gather the data, we wrote an informed consent to the Office of the Schools Division Superintendent for approval. The letters of consent were served to the respective public schools district supervisors and lastly to the participants. After that, we have formulated the interview questions, have it validated by experts, and along the process, the number of questions varied from one participant to the other. Responses were then examined, transcribed, and analyzed using Heckner's explication process to extract key points and the emergent themes. Based on the findings of the study, 4 unique themes that both groups of respondents emerged, and these are issues in records management, issues in financial, physical, and learning resources, community-related issues, and issues on curriculum and instruction. For theme 1, which is with issues in records management, schools conducted several programs, activities, and projects, but don't have a compilation of records or any documentation about all the activities. Their documents are incomplete, not organized. Some are still subject to retrieval, some get lost, and some were put in different areas of the school, and some were kept by the subject and program coordinators. Documents like ESIP and SMEA results were brought and kept by the previous administrators. Minutes of the review on ASIP, AIP, SMEA, etc. were documented, but there's no proper record keeping. For theme 2, which is issues in financial, physical, and learning resources, PTA contribution, MOOE, and Special Education Fund or SEF are not enough to cover school bills and supplies. Financial resources are limited because the schools are prohibited to conduct solicitation and any fundraising activities. Some schools in the remote area need classrooms major repair works. Some don't have available classrooms. The learners shared one classroom for 2 grade levels and build makeshift to cater to the learners. Most schools with the non-existence of fences have cases of cutting classes, and most of the students who cut classes are frustration readers. Most schools in a remote location failed to implement WINS program and Gulayan sa Paaralan program. They also have difficulties in maintaining the cleanliness of the comfort rooms due to lack of water supply. Most schools in the remote areas have challenge in transporting materials and supplies because their location is not passable by other vehicles except for habal-habal or motorcycle and pump boat for island schools. Hence, huge part of funds was allocated to pay for the transportation. Only 2 subjects have books for grade 5 and 6, which make it hard for the students to study at home due to lack of references. Most schools don't have contextualized learning materials. Most schools don't have available technological equipment, which force the teachers to buy and use their personal laptops. For theme 3, on community-related issues, schools' vision, mission, goals, and roadmap are not clear and not communicated to the community. Most parents fail to cooperate and participate in school activities due to financial constraints. They spend most of their time finding food for the family. Most parents lack time to guide and follow up their children at home, and others don't care whether their children can read or not, and others fail to monitor the performance of their children in school. Parents don't know the rules and responsibilities in school, and they need to have a better understanding of the rules and responsibilities. Some parents knew the rules but failed to participate in different programs, activities, and projects in school. For theme 4, issues on curriculum and instruction, some of the identified non-readers and frustration readers are students with special needs. Others lack parents' guidance. Most schools did not offer programs suited to students with special needs. The following are hereby recommended. School heads should create a systematic school record system or a school-based data management system where all the school records and SBM documents are stored with the assistance of the Division SBM Coordinator and Division Information Technology Officer. School heads, stakeholders with the assistance of senior education program specialists in social mobilization and networking should craft a contingency plan to gather financial resources and implement a regular resource inventory which is collaboratively undertaken by learning managers, learning facilitators, and community stakeholders as basis for resource allocation and mobilization. Top managers of the school's division, including supervisors and school administrators, should have a regular comprehensive evaluation on school classrooms, water facilities, books, and technological equipment to come up with an updated and resources data that may be lobbied to government leaders and DepEd officials on the needs of the school. School Governing Council should develop a contextualized bylaws reflecting a clear structure and work arrangements that promote shared leadership and governance and the roles and responsibilities of accountable persons and collective bodies that are clearly defined and agreed upon by community stakeholders. Conduct an orientation on parents' roles and responsibilities in school and stakeholders' engagement capability building. For students with special needs, schools need to employ special programs and projects that provide for the needs of all types of learners in the school community. Division Reading Coordinator, public schools district supervisors, school heads, teachers with the stakeholders should strengthen the projects on reading intervention and the development of contextualized learning materials. They should conduct an in-depth assessment and closely monitor the reading intervention programs and judiciously act to adjust strategies if found that the reading level of the students did not improve. This has been Alma C. Ponugir, Division SBM Coordinator, with my co-researcher and at the same time our SGUD Chief, Dr. Julieta R. Vertudasa. Thank you for the opportunity to share our research findings.
Thank you so much, brilliant researcher, for your presentation of your basic research. For the first question, let's hear it from the CID Chief, Dr. Domenico P. Larong Jr., and to be followed by the Principal 2 of Mainit National High School, Ma'am Gregoria P. Villamor.
Congratulations to the researchers, Dr. Alma C. Ponugir and Dr. Julieta R. Bertudaso of the school's Division Office for the presentation of the research entitled Delving into the Implementation of School-Based Management (SBM) in the Schools Division Office of Surigao del Norte. I have one question for both of you. How do findings of the study contribute to the enhancement of the school-based management implementation in schools?
The findings of the study will be of great help for the enhancement of school-based management implementation in our schools, especially those in challenging situations. This will broaden the awareness of school heads, teachers, stakeholders, and top management of our schools division on the root causes behind the low-level result of school-based management level of practice. Appropriate actions will be laid out to address pressing concerns and conceptualize the right interventions and serve as basis for providing technical assistance to address needs of our schools in terms of the 4 principles of SBM.
Good morning to our division researchers, Dr. Alma P. Gier and the SGOD Chief, Dr. Julieta R. Vertolaso. My question is, based on the findings of your study on the different experiences of the school-based management implementers in the Schools Division of Surigao del Norte, what are the areas for improvement that are most challenging and what are your recommendations? Thank you.
Based on the findings of our study on the experiences of the SBM implementers in the Schools Division of Surigao del Norte, the areas for improvement that are most challenging are actually all the issues that emerge, which are issues on records management, issues on financial, physical, learning resources, community-related issues, and issues on curriculum and instruction, because these issues are contributory to the low level of school-based management practices in school. So for issues on records management, we hereby recommended that the school heads should create a systematic record system or a school-based data management system where all the school records and SBM documents are stored with the assistance of Division SBM Coordinator and the Division Information Technology Officer. For issues in financial, physical, and learning resources, we hereby recommended that the school heads, stakeholders, with the assistance of senior education program specialists in social mobilization and networking should craft a contingency plan to gather financial resources and implement a regular resource inventory, which is collaboratively undertaken by learning managers, learning facilitators, and community stakeholders as basis for resource allocation and mobilization. And top managers of the schools division, including supervisors and school administrators, should have a regular comprehensive evaluation on school classrooms, water facilities, books, and technological equipment to come up with an updated vital resources data that may be lobbied to government leaders and elected officials on the needs of the school. For community-related issues, School Governing Council should develop a contextualized bylaws reflecting a clear structure and work arrangements that promote shared leadership and governance, and the roles and responsibilities of accountable persons and collective bodies that are clearly defined and agreed upon by community stakeholders, and also conduct an orientation on parents' roles and responsibilities in school and stakeholders' engagement capability building. And for issues on curriculum and instruction, we hereby recommended that for students with special needs, schools need to employ special programs and projects that provide for the needs of all types of learners in the school community. The Division Reading Coordinator, public schools district supervisors, school heads, teachers, with the stakeholders should strengthen the projects on reading intervention and the development of contextualized learning materials. They should conduct an in-depth assessment and closely monitor the reading intervention programs and judiciously act to adjust strategies if found that the reading level of students did not improve.
A job well done, presenter from the school's division office. For the 13th presenters, the principal of Alegria Central Elementary School, Ma'am Mercedeta C. Albino, will introduce the researchers.
The Department of Education seeks to ensure that learning outcomes are achieved by maximizing the competency of teachers and the potential of all types of learners. In adherence to the mandate to continuously promote the culture of research in school, Alegria teachers venture this very unique and challenging undertaking for them to be more effective at what they care most about, their teaching and the development of their learners. With this, I am so proud and happy that Mrs. Jima P. Pungkol, Master Teacher 2, and Mrs. Iris Grace B. Guerra, Master Teacher 1 of Alegria Central Elementary School, and the late Mrs. Rimia M. Vender, Master Teacher 1 of Alipaw Elementary School, conducted a collaborative action research entitled Developing Fluency in Reading among grade 3 pupils through the use of eco-reading. With much pride and honor, let's welcome the researchers for their presentation.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Mercedita C. Albino, Principal 4, for the wholesome presentation. The Department of Education has mandated to institutionalize the implementation of ECAR, or Every Child a Reader program, which aims to mobilize the national goal of producing literacy and numeracy skill and independent citizen. Reading as a skill is considered essential in every learner's journey to education. It is a foundational skill that needs to be honed to adapt and to comprehend new things necessary in your life situation. This action research aims at developing reading fluency in English of grade 3 pupils of Alegria Central Elementary School. For details about our study, let's welcome Ma'am Jima P. Pungkol, a Master Teacher 2 of Alegria Central Elementary School.
Reading is an important gateway to other disciplines. It equips the persons with varieties of knowledge that he can be used in his daily living. One of the most important rules of the teacher is to make sure that every learner is a reader. In Alegria Central Elementary School, teachers have experience dealing with pupils who are struggling readers. The researchers observed that the NPS in third quarter in all learning areas is only 79 and 2700%. And with further investigation, it was found out that there are pupils who are struggling to read. This prompted the researchers to conduct a reading assessment through a pre-test to determine the number of slow and struggling readers in grade 3. And based on the results, 32% of the learners lack fluency in reading English. With this, the researchers opted to conduct an action research to find out the effectiveness of using eco-reading on developing fluency among grade 3 pupils. Reading is believed to be an effective strategy in helping struggling readers to become a proficient readers. Eco-reading is a strategy applied in a guided reading, wherein the teacher first reads the paragraph or passage, while the learner will just listen and tracks the text with their eyes. Then the teacher will repeat it by lines, and the learner will now recite the lines back to the teacher. Afterwards, the teacher reads the next sentence. Then the learner repeats the sentence. The teacher then listens and corrects the learner if not properly pronounced. The process is repeated until the learner can read fluently. The focus of this research is to develop fluency in reading through the use of eco-reading strategy. With this, the studies aim at identifying the reading fluency of the grade 3 pupils in English and to test whether there is a significant difference on the reading fluency before and after intervention. In the conduct of the study, the participants were grouped into two, the control and experimental groups, with 30 participants each group. The participants were identified as slow and struggling readers, assessed during the conduct of the pretest. A standardized 6-point rubric in oral reading fluency adapted from National Assessment of Education Promise Skill for assessing oral reading fluency was used both in the pre-test and post-test to measure the reading fluency of the participants. The experimental group was then taught using eco-reading strategy. The table shows that the reading fluency of the control group during the pretest is emerging fluency, which indicates that the participants can read word by word with some or 2 or 3 phrases. Slow reading because the rate is 65 to 90 words per minute. Reads with little or no expression, repetition and deviation from the text often disrupt the flow of reading. While the experimental group shows developing fluency in their pretest, which indicates that they can read primarily 2-word phrases. Moderately slow in reading with a rate of 90 to 125 words per minute. Reads with level intonation to mark the end of the sentences and clauses. Word grouping is choppy and unrelated to the context of the sentence. Moreover, in the post-test, the control group remained under emerging fluency, whereas the experimental group showed improvement from developing fluency to a proficient fluency, which shows that they can primarily read 3 or 4-word phrases with some expression, beginning to be conversational but may sometimes be too slow or fast. The rate is 125 to 160 words per minute, primarily natural phrasing with some attention to expression, and yet few repetitions and deviations from text are observed. The analysis of covariance result indicates that there is indeed a significant difference on reading fluency in English of the grade 3 pupils of Alburia Central Elementary School, as evidenced in the computed p-value of 0.00, which is less than 500 significance level. Indeed, this proves without doubt that eco-reading is an effective strategy in developing fluency in reading English among the grade 3 pupils, and full adoption and utilization of the said strategy by all elementary teachers across learning areas and parents is highly suggested. Provision of reading materials must also be prioritized to ensure that teachers and parents have reading materials to use in the utilization of eco-reading in school and at home. Thank you.
To make sure every learner is a reader, let's apply eco-reading strategy. Thank you and mabuhay!
A virtual clap to the presenters from Alegria Central Elementary School. Researchers, please get ready for your questions. Your first question will be asked by Dr. Cecilia M. Saclolo, EPS in English. And the second question will be coming from Ma'am Melba G. Lumacas, Principal 1 of Puntod Elementary School.
Congratulations, Alegria Central Elementary School, for coming up with a very good action research to answer the needs of our K-3 learners, particularly on reading. This eco-reading is very apt for the solution of the reading deficiency of our learners, particularly on language fluency. However, I would just like to ask you a question as to what extent is the effectiveness of eco-reading when applied in all grade levels as you recommended, when this works best only for beginning readers. Thank you and good day.
Thank you, Ma'am Cecil. We understand that no two individuals are alike. So some learners have late mental development. Radai in 2018 proved that fluency emerged more effectively in a repeated way of reading. In our context, as applied in the grade 6 slow and struggling readers and other grade levels, there was greater impact on increasing learners' oral fluency and their comprehension skills. Therefore, it is effectively applied in all grade levels across learning areas. Thank you.
Hello, dear researchers. Congratulations for coming up with this action research. However, in our current situation, we should be reminded that even the situation has changed, our role as a teacher remains the same. So my question is, apart from the parents' role stated in your paper, how do you think will this eco-reading strategy be applied in the new normal?
Thank you, Ma'am Mels, for that very comprehensive question. In this new normal, parents are our partners in teaching our learners. The researchers will introduce eco-reading to them during distribution of the SLM and will give them printed reading materials to those without gadgets and digital or videos for those who have gadgets so that they can apply eco-reading at home. The teacher will conduct the follow-up on the reading progress during home visitation. Thank you.
Congratulations to our presenters from Alegria Central Elementary School.
Our next presenters will be introduced by Sir Rogelio Aravechi, the proud Principal 1 of Anauawan Central Elementary School.
Good day, everyone. I have the privilege and honor to introduce to you our dedicated, workaholic, and productive researchers from Anauawan Central Elementary School, Anauawan District, namely Mrs. D.C.S. Donasco, Mrs. Inocencia D. Hapson, and Mrs. Ida Il Sahol, with their research titled Using Extrinsic Motivation, a Reward System, to Increase Parents' Involvement in Schools Activities of Anauawan Central Elementary School, School Year 2019-2020.
Good day, everyone. This is Teacher Ailey. A strong partnership of parents and schools activities is significantly important towards the academic performance of the learners in school.
Good day, everyone. This is Teacher Daisy. This action research highlights extrinsic motivation reward system as the key to increase parents' involvement in school.
This is using extrinsic motivation reward system to increase parents' involvement in schools activities of a known central elementary school. Positive reinforcement such as extrinsic motivation reward system after a good performance is founded on Edward Thorndike's development of the law of effect, which was expanded and developed later by B.F. Skinner. Involvement of parents is highlighted in the study to support teachers in providing positive reinforcement that would lead to enhanced performance in school. Thus, the researchers conceived with the idea of using motivation reward system as a means that was appropriate to increase parents' involvement. And the answer that the researchers found was extrinsic motivation. The use of extrinsic motivation reward system is a great avenue to drive parents' participation in schools activities. Reward systems were introduced and implemented to increase attendance and participation of parents. Parents who displayed consecutive attendance before and after the intervention were awarded with certificate of commendation during the general PTA meeting as the school year ended. The target of the study is to determine whether using extrinsic motivation reward system is effective to increase parents' involvement in schools activities of a known central elementary school. Hence, the study aimed at determining the status of parents' involvement before and after intervention and the significant difference between parents' involvement in schools activities before and after the intervention.
As to how the study was conducted, the researchers checked the attendance of parents' involvement to all activities in the first quarter as baseline data before the intervention was conducted. Researchers conducted orientation of teachers for the implementation of the intervention and applied extrinsic motivation reward system during the first quarter. Consistent recording of the parents' attendance every activity was done. After the implementation of the intervention, the researchers assessed the parents' participation through the data gathered in the attendance sheets done in the second quarter, after which treatment of the data for analysis was conducted. Checklist or attendance sheets was used to closely monitor parents' participation in every activity of the school. This table shows the difference in the parents' involvement before and after the intervention. It can be seen that with the calculated t-value of 0.256, p-level of 0.822, the mean difference of 7.66, the after-before attendance of the parents in the school activities is interpreted as not significant. As an intervention to increase the involvement of parents in the school activities, the reward system shows effectiveness as it can be gleaned in Table 2, where the attendance of the parents after the intervention is notably higher after the intervention than the attendance before the intervention. The results revealed that parents' participation through schools activities increased after the use of the extrinsic motivation reward system, specifically in general PTA meetings that are announced in advance in each grade level from kindergarten to grade 6 with a letter of communication sent to the parents prior to the schedule to ensure participation. Learners whose parents are involved are active and ready to learn. They learn to be punctual from young age. They learn to be persistent as the parents would be continuously inquiring about their progress, and they would not want to disappoint them. Taking responsibility becomes a part of the nature of such children as they plan ahead and are able to do their work according to their schedule, which is the quality of being organized, according to Sapungan of 2014. Through this, parents can be able to make sure that their children succeed in school, according to Hornby and Latil of 2011.
Therefore, it is concluded in this research that extrinsic motivation, which is reward system, is found effective.
This could help augment the parents' participation in school's activities. Thank you. Once again, this is Teacher Daisy from Anauon Central Elementary School, Anauon District.
I am Teacher Aini saying thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much for your research outputs, presenters. Here are your questions. Dr. Julieta R. Vertudazo, SGOD Chief, will ask the first question. And the second question will be coming from Ma'am Lorna F. Diaz, Principal 2 of Tubod National High School.
Congratulations to the research proponents, Ma'am Daisy Donasco, Ma'am Inocencia Hapson, and Ma'am Aida Sahol of Anauon Central Elementary School. The title of your research, Using Extrinsic Motivation, the Reward System, to Increase Parents' Involvement in School Activities of Anauon Central Elementary School, is very relevant. Now, how will you convince other teachers to utilize your research findings and recommendations in their schools, especially to those teachers who have also challenges in motivating their learners?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Vertudazo. I will convince the other teachers to utilize our research in their schools by letting them know that one way to get motivated and get started in any task to be done is by giving them rewards, such as certificates for the task well done that can be used in the future, especially for promotion purposes.
Good day and congratulations. Thank you so much, dear researcher, for you have presented a comprehensive research paper amid this pandemic. However, I have a question. Do you think the reward system you have employed in your research still effective in the current situation, and why?
Hello, thank you for that question. Yes, I do firmly believe that the reward system is still effective today in the new normal situation because it is an effective and useful tool for a person to get motivated, especially if the work is so tedious. Reward system can also uplift the spirit of encouragement towards work to be done efficiently and effectively with good quality.
Congratulations to our presenters from Anauon Central Elementary School.
We are done with our presenters number 40. We shall move to our next presenters from Alegria Standalone Senior High School. They will be introduced by their Principal 3, Dr. Leodrita U. Jerusalem.
Research is the heart of education. Our educational system has transformed into what it is today because we are guided by research. We are strong as a people and as a society because research has helped improve our lives. With this, we are one with the Department of Education and revolutionizing education through research. As we continue to address various educational challenges for quality and accessible education, Alegria Standalone Senior High School promotes DepEd's culture of research to scale greater heights in both teaching and learning despite the many adversities brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. This undertaking is all for the betterment of our primary clienteles, the learners. I am proud to present to you the action research conducted by our dear science teachers, Mr. Alexander R. Efren and Ms. Dawn Novalisa I. Ranay, entitled Improving the Conceptual Understanding of Grade 11 Students on Chemical Bonding Through Lego Method. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Jerusalem, for the introduction. Hi, Mabuhay. This is Alexander R. Efren of Alegria Stalalan Senior High School. Teaching science subjects could be challenging. I personally have this experience in senior high school since science subjects in senior high school entail not just complex scientific concepts but also applies mathematical operations. But this challenge in teaching science could be resolved if teachers are equipped with the appropriate strategies that could help learners for an easy grasp of the lesson. Hence, this action research features the Lego method as an effective approach for teaching chemical bonding lesson to learners. One of the core subjects of the senior high school curriculum under K-12 program is physical science, which covers chemistry lessons in its midterm period. Based on the previous List Learned Competency Report, school year 2019-2020 in physical science in Alegria Standalone Senior High School, it has been observed that one of the least learned competencies in science is in polarity part, wherein students are expected to determine if a molecule is polar or non-polar given its structure, which links to their knowledge on chemical bonding. By being aware of the problem, the researchers thought of using the Lego method as an approach to effectively teach chemical bonding lesson to senior high school learners. Over the course of most people's childhood, Lego bricks have been the go-to toys for most children. We used to create our own houses, bridges, and on a personal note, I created model of my favorite superheroes, Power Rangers. These toys have been a great advantage in molding and improving one's creativity as well as manipulative skills. Hence, the researchers thought of applying these Lego toys in one of the crucial chemical concepts, chemical bonding. In this study, learners are given the opportunity to touch the studied rule, which is the octet rule, by creating a Lego brick models of compounds, therefore creating their own chemical laboratory. The aim of this research is to determine the effectiveness of Lego method in improving the conceptual understanding of grade 11 learners on chemical bonding. It answers the question, what is the performance of the control and experimental groups before and after the intervention, and is there a significant difference between the performance of the control and the experimental groups before and after the intervention is implemented? As to how the research was conducted, let me give you Ms. Dawn Novalisa Ranay for the full details.
Mabuhay! With respect as to how the researchers conducted this research, the learners were grouped into two, the control and experimental groups with 30 participants each, who were identified as low performers in grade 11 Earth and Life Science subjects. The participants were randomly selected from different strands of both academic and TVL chat. Each group was clustered into two batches with 15 participants each to make sure that the minimum health standards were observed, since it was conducted in a face-to-face setting. The researcher first secured a permit to conduct the study, approved by the school principal and the barangay IATF. Prior to the conduct of the study, The researcher first conducted a pilot test to 20 grade 11 students dated March 3, 2021 to ensure that the intervention is feasible as well as to have a smooth implementation during the actual conduct of the said research. The control group was given the conventional, which is the lecture method in teaching chemical bonding, while the experimental group was given the intervention. This intervention was employed in the activity portion of the session as an interactive bond with me game, wherein the participants were grouped into 5 with 3 members each. The goal of the said game is for the students to verify if the given compounds are compliant of the octet rule or not by creating a Lego brick model of the compound. Additional activity was also provided wherein 6 elements were given and asked each group to form as many compounds as possible by making a Lego brick model complying with the octet rule. The researcher used pre-test and post-test assessment tools. Participants were given the same set of questions with 30 items, following the table of specification from low to higher order thinking skills. With the aid of ZipGrade app, results of the pre and post assessments of both groups were obtained, and this was then statistically analyzed using SPSS software. Table 6 presents the performance level of the participants on chemical bonding based on the 30-item assessment. Findings of the study revealed that the mean score of the experimental group increased drastically from 9.10 to 21.83, which has a qualitative description of poor to very satisfactory, compared to the control group, which has a mean of 8.47 to 14.97, which has a qualitative description of poor to satisfactory. The result of the ANCOVA revealed a p-value which is less than 0.05 level of significance, implying that there is significant difference in the performance of the control and experimental group from pre-test to post-test. This evidently supports the effectiveness of the intervention, which is the Lego method, in improving the conceptual understanding of grade 11 students on chemical bonding. In addition, the intervention encourages manipulative skills and promotes collaboration and teamwork, making the entire activity meaningful and fun.
We, the researchers, highly recommend full utilization of Lego bricks in teaching chemical bonding in physical science and other related science subjects like general chemistry.
The use of Lego bricks as a supplementary learning material and its inclusion in the annual implementation plan as one of the priority needs of the school is also suggested.
Lastly, further study must be done to explore the applicability of Lego bricks in teaching complex science concepts.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Researchers, please get ready for your questions. Your first question will be asked by Dr. Manuel L. Limpopo Jr., EPS in Mathematics, and the second question will be coming from Mary Jean Villanueva, Master Teacher 1 of Claver National High School.
Congratulations, Alexander Efren and Don Ranay. At the same time, thank you for your effort in conducting an action research in senior high school. Now, your study is entitled Improving Conceptual Understanding on Chemical Bonding of Grade 11 Students Through LEGO Method. Hence, my question is focused on this LEGO method. Alexander and Dawn, what are the features of the LEGO bricks that significantly help improve the conceptual understanding and chemical bonding of the grade 11 students? As a follow-up, do LEGO bricks support the development of higher order thinking skills? Thank you.
Since Lego bricks are in different sizes, students are given idea on the diversity of elements in terms of atomic size. But most importantly, it significantly helps students in improving their understanding on chemical bonding, since Lego bricks resembles that of an atom having a variety of valence electrons. The number of studs of the Lego brick represent valence electrons of atoms, which are very crucial in bonding of elements.
Using Lego bricks in making models of compounds brings another level of experience to students, since they will able to touch the studied rule, which is the octet rule in the formation of compounds, applying, analyzing, and evaluating which elements when form bond comply with the octet rule. By creating a Lego brick model of compounds, it promotes manipulative skills to learners. With that being said, the intervention, which is the Lego method, promotes higher order thinking skills to students.
Good morning, researchers of Alegria Standalone Senior High School. So this is your question. What were the challenges encountered, limitations of your study, and your recommendations to those who will utilize your study?
Thank you, Ma'am Villanueva, for the question. Conducting this action research was very challenging, knowing that we conducted this action research during the COVID-19 pandemic. Doing it in a face-to-face setting just to make sure a reliable result of the research. The challenge was to make sure that each participant will be able to participate and will go home safe. We're also challenged by how to effectively implement the intervention. I would say that having that pilot test prior to the conduct of the action research to the actual participants, we were able to see the problems in the implementation. Problems like which part of the class session should we incorporate the intervention, as well as should we do it individually or by group. By being aware of the problems, we were able to conduct the action research to the actual participants very smoothly. As to the limitation of the study, since the Lego method is focused on the visualization, the application of the octet rule in the formation of chemical bonds, like any other rule, octet rule has its own limitation. It best applies to the main group elements like halogens, alkaline metal, and alkaline earth metal elements, which are commonly used elements in forming chemical bonds. Based on the positive result of this research, I highly recommend the use of Lego method in teaching chemical bonding in physical science and other science subjects like general chemistry.
Well done, and thank you for presenting your research. Researchers from Alegria Standalone Senior High School.
At this point, let us welcome the researcher from Taganaan Central Elementary School. To introduce her, let us give the honor to Sir Ruel B. Diaz, Principal 1.
In today's situation, the whole world is facing a big challenge that affect not only our health but also our education. As we believe, education is a continuous learning. Hence, lifelong learning is a philosophy of education. So we take this challenge as our learnings that we continue to instill new skills and information that enable our students and teachers to execute new activities and new normal way of teaching and learning process in the absence of face-to-face. Thus, I am grateful to our teachers who find ways to make this continuous learning possible in today's pandemic. As a principal of the Ganaan Central Elementary School, I am happy and proud to present to you the research conducted by Mrs. Kriemhild A. Borja entitled Using Concept Cube Strategy to Improve Vocabulary Skills of Grade 4 Pupils. To present the study conducted, please welcome Mrs. Kriemhild A. Borja.
Learners with a greater vocabulary have an easier time understanding the concept and have a greater degree of academic performance since they can easily learn and acquire new abilities. Teachers must find appropriate and better manner of teaching strategies, methods, and interventions in today's situation with the absence of face-to-face classes. This action research plays to see the use of concept cube strategy to help develop and uplift the learner's performance. The researcher's goal was to help improve the learner's vocabulary skills. Concept cube strategy through vocabulary cube was the answer that the researcher found. Based on the result of quarter examination test for the last 3 consecutive years, the researcher observed that the item tested to the learner's vocabulary and comprehension has the lowest level of mastery or mastered competencies. It was found out that around 33 to 60% of the learners are struggling in reading, comprehending, and responding to simple comprehension text in field theory. Thus, the researcher came up with the notion of adapting different methods that was regarded and appropriate to the teacher and learners and at the same time could pique the learner's interest. Since young learners love playing games while learning, the researcher think of the use of concept cube strategy to address this problem. It is the use of concept cube strategy where the learners are not just playing but also learning from it through analyzing unfamiliar words. It can be applied in a face-to-face classes and it can be also applied through digitalized in a modular way of teaching and learning process. Concept cube or vocabulary cube has 6 sides and has 6 ways to learn. First, defining a word. Second, counting syllable of the word. Third, give possible word that has the same in meaning. Fourth, give words having an opposite in meaning. Fifth, words that corresponds its sound. And last, use the word in a sentence. Young learners are exposed in social media and online networking nowadays. Since new trend and high-tech communication is fast approaching, our learners are more receptive in that matters. Here are the main parameters and verbal interpretation of vocabulary level. It started with beginner, pre-intermediate, intermediate, proficient, and advanced. As shown in Table 1, both control and experimental group are in pre-intermediate level with an average of 6.33 and 7.2 respectively. It reflected that most of the pupils can develop easy vocabulary and practice exercises such as rhymes, synonyms, and antonyms, but cannot identify the meaning of the word and cannot be able to define using simple words. As shown in Table 2, control group belongs in intermediate level in post-test with an average of 10.8 and 1.81 standard deviation. This shows that control group can recognize the meaning of the word and can define using simple words, but cannot compose sentences and vocabulary independently, while the experimental group belongs in proficient level with an average of 15.4 and 1.92 standard deviation. This means that pupils can compose first to two sentences and vocabulary independently, but they need to master basic structure of vocabulary. As we can see in Table 3, the computed B level of group is 0.00, which is less than to 0.05. This means that there is a significant difference between the participants' pre-test and post-test result, which the concept cube strategy help improve the vocabulary skills of the pupils. The idea of concept cube strategy should be used by English teachers to assess their learners enhance their vocabulary abilities. As a result, the usage of Idea Cube as a supplemental teaching tool is highly suggested, and its inclusion in the school's annual implementation plan is strongly encouraged. It is also recommended that this study be used and replicated.
Thank you so much for the presentation, teacher researcher. Please get ready for your questions. The first question will be asked by Ma'am Mary Grace Tadulan, EPS in Filipino, and the second question will be coming from Sir Evans Daguman, Principal 1 of Ima Elementary School.
Congratulations, Taganaan Central Elementary School, for having come up with this action research entitled Using the Concept Cube Strategy to Improve the Vocabulary Skills of Grade 4 Pupils in English, with the lead researcher, Krimhel Borja. With this, kindly answer this: is your study applicable to all types of learners we have, especially in this time of pandemic? Cite to us a specific example. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Ma'am, for your question. It is absolutely yes during this pandemic. It applies to all sorts of learners because there are no face-to-face classes. This strategy can be executed through digitalized and modular method, which is what DepEd is now doing, where there are SLM dissemination and retrieval at school and online classes on the other hand. Learners may study and work on their activities, assignments, projects from the comfort of their own homes.
Can this strategy be modified for the various learning delivery modalities utilized by DepEd in light of the pandemic? How?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it is. Using digital classes and modular learning, this strategy can be modified for various learning modalities used in DepEd. It can be digitalized by employing this strategy to record videos of a lecture or even virtual lessons. Assignments, quizzes, and activities via Google Drive are provided to the learners in ample time. At the same time, it can be used as modular learning in which learners are provided lessons through self-learning modalities, and they are encouraged to study independently using this technique.
Congratulations to our presenters from Taganaan Central Elementary School. We are almost done with our presentations and it's as if we are still in the beginning of the show. That is how enthusiastic our presenters are.
Definitely right, Sir Barry. Thank you so much, presenters. Our last presenter is from Mainit National High School. She will be introduced to us by her principal too, Ma'am Gregoria T. Villamor. A virtual clap, please.
Good morning, researchers. Mainit National High School is proud that our more empowered teachers are now actively living a culture of research as one of our best practices, having sustained our accreditation being the School-Based Management Level 3. Because we believe that it is through research that we can make our teaching career more productive and meaningful. So it is my pride and honor to present to you one of our school researchers, Mrs. Mary Rose Mantong Sidinho, with her research entitled Using Localized and Indigenized Instructional Materials in Teaching Molecular Structure in DNA, RNA, and Proteins to enhance the academic performance of our grades 11 and 12 students of Mainit National High School. Thank you.
Using localized and indigenized instructional materials to enhance the academic performance of grade 11 and 12 in molecular structures of DNA, RNA, and proteins. In the absence of face-to-face classes, teachers need to embrace technology for innovations in the new normal. This action research highlights the use of localized and indigenized instructional materials for online class with the use of native, recyclable, and clean. As stipulated RA 9155 that introducing new and innovative modes of instruction to achieve higher learning outcomes is necessary. This study emphasizes to increase learners' academic performance using different activities, employing localized and indigenized instructional materials. Indigenization is seen as the process of changing someone to a person with more correlation towards their surroundings. Indigenization has played an important part in the economic growth of society. Localization is a freedom of school authorities to engage curriculum to local conditions and relating the content of the curriculum and the process of teaching and learning to the local environment, according to Ballesteros 2016. Innovation and intervention strategy. The participants in the experimental group were grouped into three. The first group assigned to make molecular structure of DNA using native materials. Second group performed molecular structure of RNA in the use of recyclable materials. Third group formed molecular structures of protein using clay. Quizzes were given to both groups per topic. Performing drills in which determine the learners of their knowledge and capacity in molecular structure of DNA, RNA, and proteins, such as pre-test and post-test the control and experimental groups. Research questions number 1. What is the performance level of the control and experimental groups in molecular structure of DNA, RNA, and proteins? Second, is there a significant difference between the performance level of the control and experimental groups before and after intervention? Action research methods use quasi-experimental research design. The participants are grade 11 and 12 students, learners with EPS below 40% during the second quarter, school year 2020 to 2021. Control and experimental group composed of 30 participants. Action research methods. The data gathering methods use the pre-test and post-test assessment tools. The pre-test and post-test results were tabulated for analysis and interpretation. Findings of the study. As shown in Table 2, the control and experimental groups formed during pre-test with a computed mean of 19.70 at 1.20 standard deviation and 18.87 mean at 1.64 standard deviations, respectively. It only shows that students lack basic skills and understanding of molecular structure in DNA, RNA, and proteins. There is indeed a need for intervention to improve the students' performance in molecular structure of DNA, RNA, and proteins. The experimental group was able to grasp the concept excellently, resulting in increased performance. Table 3 reveals that computed p-value 0.0 less than p-value 0.05, thus a significant difference between the performance level of the control and experimental groups before and after the intervention. It purports the effectiveness of using localized and indigenized instructional materials in teaching molecular structure of DNA, RNA, and proteins. According to DATI 2016, science education programs cannot be taught effectively without equipment for teaching. The use of localized and indigenized instructional materials facilitate better learning because they can visualize the concept of and understand structure through illustrative modeling of molecular structure of DNA, RNA, and proteins. Recommendations of the study. The use of localized and indigenized structural materials in teaching molecular structure of DNA, RNA, and proteins is recommended. Second, teachers handling other learning areas are encouraged to use localized, indigenized learning materials in teaching their learners. Third, full utilization and replication of the study is suggested.
Thank you so much for your research outputs, Ma'am Melly Rose M. Cedeño. Please get ready for your questions. Your first question will be asked by Ma'am Mary Grace M. Tadulan, APS in Filipino. And the second question will be coming from Ma'am Queen Ann C. Navalio, Assistant Principal 2 of Surigao Norte National High School.
Congratulations, Mainit National High School, for having come up with this research using localized and indigenized instructional materials to enhance the academic performance of grade 11 and 12 students in molecular structure of DNA, RNA, and proteins with the lead researcher, Melly Rose Cedeño. With this, share to us what's the impact of your study to the learning of our learners, especially during this pandemic. Cite to us an example.
With the absence of face-to-face learning, our students have to struggle learning the competencies all by themselves, especially that we are employing modular learning delivery modality. The use of localized and learning materials provides them opportunities of translating concrete experiences to abstract reasoning. These learning materials are at the same time hands-on materials that provide active ways to learn the subject matter and to increase student engagements. The students' experience in exploring the molecular structure of DNA, RNA, and proteins thus increases their conceptual understanding. Thank you.
What do you think is the effect to the performance of the learners if the localized and the indigenized learning materials used in the study are made by the teachers?
I always believe that learning by doing possesses great impact to the learning outcomes of the students. Learning materials made by the teachers and students both improve the performance of the students. No doubt about it. For me, if the students were engaged in performing the task at hand, it helps develop in them not only conceptual understanding of the topic, but also hone their creativity and abstract reasoning. Further, it also instills in them the value of environmental preservation and the good effects of waste management practices. They will value and learn concepts if they experience doing it. Thank you.
Congratulations to our presenter from Mainit National High School. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to all the research enthusiasts of Surigao del Norte Division who have toiled amidst the pandemic and successfully presented their researches to all of us. They deserve a reverberating applause from all of us.
I totally agree, Sir Barry. All of their research works are indeed commendable and worth applauding for. Once again, congratulations!
Their efforts and exemplary performances today deserve an award. Let us have the awarding of certificates of commendation and token of appreciation to all the researchers, the technical working group, and the members of the Schools Division Research Committee for their invaluable efforts in making this 3rd Division Research Congress successful. Let me read to you the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Caraga Administrative Region, Division of Surigao del Norte. Certificate of Commendation is awarded to the following researchers in grateful appreciation and acknowledgement of his or her remarkable presentation on their researches during the 3rd Division Research Congress on July 16, 2021. Given the 16th day of July 2021 at the Schools Division Office of Surigao del Norte, Surigao City, Philippines. Signed, Maria Teresa M. Real, Schools Division Superintendent.
For now, let us relax our minds a little with some music and some moves. To give us an intermission number, let us give the floor to the Surigao Norte National High School SPA Hinga Surigao Dance Theater. Please welcome them with a virtual round of applause.
Lumay, refleksyon ka ng kulturang walang bahid ng dayuhan. Salamin ka ng sariling kaganyahan. Sa inyo nakasalik, pag-asa ng taong bayan. Tanging ikaw ang nalalabing, bantay ng kabundukan.
Sakpan sa sinultihan, lain-lain di kong pareho ang inistoryahan. Kayan waya-waya, wara-wara sa iban. Sa panginabuhi, mudiskarte man, magkalisod-lisod sa langis sa may sunan. Katahaan kay mahigay unuman, at sa gajud pagtamaja kay makikamatay man. Surigao no, hamang daw kuman, sa lungsod sa siyudad sa kailasan. Umay paido, umay lingaw, siguruhon na makabot, pinangamarajaw, kay Surigao no now. Ako balitaw, bisan hain ikaw, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, kung sa lain na nasod, mulang yaw, mapanaw. Sa Surigao, Surigao, Surigao kau, Surigao, Surigao, Surigao kau. Surigao, haman kau kuman sa lungsod, sa syudad, sa kailasan. Umay paigo, umay lingaw, siguruhon na makabot, pinagamaradyaw kay Surigao no kau. Surigao, haman kau kuman, haman dapit sa kalibutan. Bago ako namuhasin sukaw, kay para sa ako sa imo yan makalabaw. Kay Surigao no kau, kay Surigao no kau, kay Surigao no Surigao no, Surigao no kau, Surigao no, Surigao no, Surigao no, Surigao no.
Wow, that was an amazing performance, Surigao Norte National High School, SPA, Hinga Surigao Dance Theater. Thank you so much. And to end this magnificent event, for the closing remarks, we have the CIE Chief of the Schools Division of Surigao del Norte. Let us put our hands together in welcoming Dr. Domenico Pilaro.
COVID may just be right in the corner, but it never hindered our activity today. Hence, I truly believe that a concerted mind and a deep commitment to the realization of all what we dream to happen are significant to make everything work. No pandemic can ever stop the Schools Division of Surigao del Norte in all its valuable endeavors. We heartily acknowledge the 100% support of our Schools Division Research Committee, led by the Chair, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Leonie B. Viñal Selvosa, CESI. To the SEPs in Planning and Research, Dr. Grace Iparagiri Orbistondo, and of course, to our research presenters for going the extra mile. They have just proven to all that despite the challenges of the pandemic, conducting research still has a place in their daily grind. May their accomplishment today be likewise waves, creating ripples to our audience so that a time in the near future would come that all our workforce in the field and the SDO would find time to research on innovations and interventions to resolve their own issues and concerns in their respective workplaces. Thank you, everyone, and God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Domenico P. Larong Jr. To officially close this program, let's all thank our Almighty God for the success of this event and contemplate as we listen to our closing prayer.
That wraps up everything for today. Thank you all for making the time to attend our 3rd Division Research Congress. This has been your hosts, Darely O. De Lola
and Barry G. Baluska, signing off. Thank you and good day, everyone.